Hello and welcome to the Makerfield by-election watch party here on Hughes of the World. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting for so long there. I got the time up here. Listen, so just cards on the table. I said this morning when I did the morning show that I wasn't feeling 100%. It's 15 degrees now. It's just got up to 16, and I'm wearing a t-shirt. That's probably not a good sign. Normally when it's 15 degrees, I'm like, can't get enough layers on. But there you go. Judging by the standards of recent refoot candidates, as long as Labour find the right guy, stroke lady, they could win the mayoral election too. Yeah. Gary Neville, possibly. Any news on exit polling? So SG, there's no exit poll as such here, but we do know that the turnout has been like mad high, like crazy high. We'll go over to the live scenes here from Sky News. This is the count in Wigan. Apparently it's 65% turnout, which is kind of crazy. Before we go on, just want to say a big shout out to everyone in the chat. We've got one Angry Pagan in there. We've got Liam Fairhurst and Liam Devlin. We've got two Liams. Fantastic. We've got Graham Price as well. So we definitely have at least two Grahams. We've got SG, as I've said. We've got Indy Duck Mel. Good to see you. We've also got Atlas Blue as well. Hello. And Tinkinator. Hello, Tinkinator. And Hidden Knight. Thanks very much for joining me. If you'd like to join in with the chat and you're not yet subscribed, all you need to do is press the subscribe button, wait for a minute, and you'll be able to join the chat and we can watch this together. So I'll turn up the volume, pump up the volume.
Clearly it is a very difficult night for them because the result is due after 3 a.m. But let's start with the Sun. It leads on the crocodile attack on a 3-year-old boy at a zoo.
I'm just going to move away from that.
Well, that horrific incident is also the lead story for
In fact, all of the newspapers are just talking about crocodiles by the looks of things. Bloody hell, it was in Cambridgeshire. You hear about a crocodile and you think that's got to be in Australia or somewhere. No, Cambridgeshire. A boy who was 3 years old was thrown into a croc's cage. What the hell? Oh, here's an interesting story. Look at this. Britain could rejoin EU on special terms, says ex-Brexit negotiator.
Or joining the Schengen zone. Well, the Daily Express says the majority of Britons still support Brexit, according to its own survey. The Financial Times is leading on the Bank of England, keeping the interest rate at 3.75%, despite a fall in the price of oil thanks to the Iran peace deal. And the Eye reports on hopes that the cost of living may now come down in the UK because of that fall in oil prices.
It's going to take a while to kick in.
The Times says the UK is wasting £8 billion a year, overpaying on large energy and transport infrastructure projects. The Daily Mirror is leading on its water safety campaign, saying the Prime Minister has pledged to do whatever he can to help. And the Metro says the England football team is being spurred on by crowds of fans singing Oasis's hit song, Wonderwall.
Okay.
Well, here to discuss those front pages with me are the chief political correspondent at the Sun.
Right, so we're just going to turn this down because I think they said the chief political correspondent at the Sun. I think that's what they said. I unplugged it out my ear before I actually heard the rest of it. So, the Makerfield by-election, apparently the turnout is really high. We're looking at 65%, I've heard. Now, that has not been confirmed yet, and it might not get confirmed fully until later in the evening. Or night, I suppose, not evening anymore, is it? But if it is that high, that's quite worrying for Andy Burnham because there'll be a lot of people who don't normally vote that refuck have got to come out and vote. But then we have a major spoiler for refuck, which is the Restore UK, or Restore Advance Britain, Restore Britain Party, Rupert Lowe's outfit, privately educated, of course, which has been receiving millions and millions and millions of dirty blood money from the likes of Elon Musk. We've got we're seeing that they're just showing they're just showing some images here of the people having a chat there. They're having a nice time. It's always nice to see people having a nice time, isn't it? Restore are going to surprise everyone. Well, I hope they take. Honestly, I hope they take a big chunk of their votes. I really do. Away from refuck, which will also give me a bit of a bump, or us all a bit of a bump. I hope. When it comes to when it comes to what's it called, the general election coming up in a little while, in a few years' time, because if the right want to split their votes between Tories and Refuck and Restore, then good, please do that. I'm happy for that to happen, and in a first past the post system, that's good news for us, because I doubt that they would be like organized enough, that lot, to go for tactical voting like the left actually often do. Mr. D Witt says odds checker 1 to 12 Burnham, 8 to 1 Refuck. Yeah, 1 to 12. So that's, if you spent 12 quid, if you put a bet down of 12 quid, you get 1 quid back as a prize. Well, I mean, you get your stake back as well. So you get, if you put down 12 quid and Andy Burnham won, you'd get 13 quid back. How will the bin face vote affect this? Redo TV. I don't think my friend Count Binface is gonna. I don't think he's gonna have a major effect on all this. But you never know. You never know. But yeah, that turnout figure. I mean, at once it's like, okay, yeah, it's good that many people have turned out. That's great. Democracy in action and all that jazz. But by the same token, it's a bit like squeaky bum time. Are you feeling any better than this morning? No, wheels down. I'm feeling worse, to be honest with you. I did the show this morning, and then I got like an hour's sleep, and then I went out to town, and I did a couple of hours work in a cafe. I just felt like I needed to get out the house, and then met up with Catherine, and then it was school event thing with the girls, so I had to go to that 2 hours sitting there just going, I don't feel well. Got back from that, I've had something to eat, and I've had another sleep. And now I'm here, so hopefully I'll stay awake. I don't know. Now, originally they were saying that the results should be in around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, but more in the coverage that I've been listening to more recently in the last hour or so, they're saying it might be as early as 2 or 3 o'clock that we find out. So we will see. I hope Count Binface beats the Tory. So do I. I've got my little Citadel miniature here of Count Binface. He's very cute. Hang on, let me just get the focus working on this. Look at this. Count Binface. I love the fact that Count Binface here, he's actually standing on the what's it called, the helmet of what was his original name before he became Count Binface? Buckethead Lord. He's stamping on the helmet of Lord Buckethead before he became Count Binface. Brilliant. Wants to bring back CFAX, which I think we can all get on board. It's probable that some confused Reform supporters will be restorming ever. Yeah. That is possible. Makerfield great again. I like that Atlas Blue. That's very good. Atlas Blue says, Restore have been campaigning hard here and come across as a lot more compelling due to the hard right voters. Reform have been a shambles but may still win or narrowly lose due to their stupidity. Yeah. Indie Duck says, I doubt I'll sleep the next 5 days. Oh, I'm sorry, Indie Duck. I hope you can get Mel, I hope you can get something that helps with that. Can't be going 5 days without sleep, believe me. Would be hilarious if Burnham ended up walking this well. Yeah, I suppose when we were waiting for the results to come through for Denton and Gorton a couple of months ago, I mean, it was a while before it was like, oh no, it looks like it looks like Hannah Spencer's got it. And that usually happens, doesn't it? Did I hear correctly? Bring back Sfax. CFAX. CFAX, my friend. I've been to Sfax. There's Sfax in Tunisia, isn't there? But only one X, I think. Chatty Rat, if this was an Irish by-election, we'd be getting tally figures compiled by party activists working together on a cross-party basis as boxes are opened. Oh, interesting. Pete Connor says, hoping for a Burnham landslide, will settle for a win. It would be very good. There was a story today about there just being too many people knocking on the door for Andy Burnham. Like, there were so many people that were starting to annoy the residents because normally people say, oh, this person's never knocked on my door, but they knocked on so many people. So I was like, you've already done us 3 times already. Leave us alone. SG, for the £5 super chat, thank you very much. That is very kind of you. For a lemsip or whiskey. SG, thank you so much. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, that might be a good idea, actually. That might be a good idea. I might pop out. Because what I can do is I can leave the feed running here, can't I? And I can just pop out and get myself. I've got a coffee here, which probably isn't the best thing for me to be drinking, but I do need to stay awake tonight. Tunisia, correct, but it's a coincidence they didn't name their city after me. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. I think they should have done. Oh, don't snuggle it. You might spill. Don't snuggle my coffee. My lovely coffee. With toasted marshmallow flavoring in it. Just a tiny bit. You know when you get like the syrup, when you're out and about and they go, do you want some hazelnut in that, or do you want some caramel in that? They just put so much of it. It just tastes the chemicals. I hate it. I'm always like, yeah, I'm not gonna say can I just pay like for half of a square of that stuff, but can you just put like half a square in, please? Otherwise, it's too much. Oh, here we go. Here's the Lord Raving Loony Party, the Monster Raving Loony Party. Even that is a fantastic, fantastic hat. There you go. Don't let him anywhere near the school. Recycled Loony Party. Oh God, there's another one. There's a break off Loony Party, and there's another Loony Party behind him. Are they gonna fight? Go on, have a fight. He's approaching him. Look, this is gonna kick off. Oh, it's all gonna kick off between the recycled Loony Party and the Loony Party leader. Here we go. Look. Oh, hello. Oh God, oh, okay. Is that Joe Anderson there? Is that ex-mayor of Liverpool? Joe? No, it's not. He's having a laugh. A Labour guy having a laugh with the Monster Raven Loonies. The recycled Looney there. He seems a bit like out of it. What the fuck is going on? I love that. You show this to Americans and they just don't know what's going on. Hey, listen, you want a bit of fun? Have a look at the videos where they've got Americans trying to do footy chants. It's so embarrassing. Like secondhand embarrassment. It's like a guy with a tannoy and he's going with a loud hailer and he's like, who's gonna win? And then the people in the crowd go, we are! And that's the footy chant. I'm not kidding. I'm not making it up. It's so bad. Hey, listen, I know I'm not like exactly not Nostradamus or anything, and I occasionally get things wrong, but I would just like to point out that this morning on the morning show, if anyone was watching intently, they might have noticed that I made this. I was talking about. What was I talking about? The reflecting pool, right? The incident that launched 1,000 memes. There's so many memes out there. This bloody reflecting pool. Anyway, this morning I was talking about the fact that I put out a Facebook post before I started the morning brew this morning, and it said, it was me talking about the fact that hydrogen peroxide reacts with paint, right? And I was saying, you throw a bucket of hydrogen peroxide against a painted wall and it's going to fuck up the wall, right? What were the videos today? Did anyone see them from the reflecting pool? Literally huge chunks of the paint from the bottom are now lifting up. And there was a guy from like, I don't know, CNN or something. He was grabbing hold of it like a big flap, a big flap. a big flap of, with this green water, you got this like a flap of blue. And I'm like, yeah, that's what hydrogen peroxide does to fucking paint. It's essentially paint stripper. What the Anyway, so in that spirit, I just want to say that I was right. I was right. Everything I say is right. I mean, look, how can I, who barely scraped a C in my GCSEs, how the hell can I barely scraped a C in chemistry? How can I do that? It's maddening. It's crazy. Anyway, listen, I've got to do something now, so I'm gonna go and do that. But I'll be back in a moment. But what I'll do is I'll leave you in the incapable hands of Sky TV. Don't go anywhere.
I think a bit like these kind of elections here, and it does show you the volatility really of voters these days. I mean, in bygone days, you'd go into a by-election result and you pretty much know or think you'd know what the result is going to be. Now, I've lost count of the number of by-elections that I've been to where it's been absolutely too close to call. And I think that is because people do vote differently now. It's not a situation where people vote how their mothers voted or their fathers or their grandparents. Brexit very much sort of changed the way in which the kind of voters were doing their votes historically. And I think that we've seen that all across the country, and not more so than here in Makerfield itself, where we saw the election of a Labour MP just 2 years ago. And yet, if Andy Burnham were not standing in this seat, most of the pollsters say it would have been Reform's seat to lose. Yes. So I think it's just a reminder of just how volatile our political system is at this moment. Yes, I mean, those pictures of Wigan, just finally on Aberdeen South, back in 2024. There you go. The monster raving Looney Party cheering for itself in the background, I think, actually, getting some attention as they do so well. Yes, back on Aberdeen South just quickly, the SNP won that seat on 32.8%. That was down 12.4%, but at the time Labour was up nearly 16%. I mean, that has really changed, hasn't it? And it just reminds us, while we're here and questioning whether we are witnessing the death throes of Keir Starmer, that he won so resoundingly in 2024. And yet the problem for him is he won, about a third of the vote, and yet he won 2/3 of the MPs. And that puts into focus once again the first past the post voting system, the unfairness that are built into it, the fact that we're now fragmented into other parties, some of them smaller, who will push once again to see the voting system changed. And Andy Burnham, they might be pushing at an open door. Is that he seems to be in favour of a change.
It does seem in favour of a change. We'll have to see if he does change his mind again. I mean, he's already made quite a few U-turns. For instance, on the fiscal rules, as we were saying, he said we shouldn't be so close to the bond market and then reverse that position. I think Richard Hughes of the OBR is now advising him to make sure there's not an upset of the markets, just like we've seen with Liz Truss. So, we've seen Andy Burnham really changing his mind a few times, which kind of remind us of Keir Starmer, right? So he's definitely popular now, but as I say, as soon as someone gets into Downing Street, their power starts ascending immediately.
Well, we're already seeing that, aren't we? There's been some polling done quite recently to suggest that already his popularity amongst voters per se, not just Labour voters, is already slipping. And it does also remind ourselves of that kind of that cycle of populism, which is that people have quite a short attention span these days. They like something one day, then they don't like
Oh God, sorry. I double muted myself. I muted it on my microphone and I muted it on there. But thank you for telling me there's no sound while I'm rabbiting away. Sorry. Sorry. Well, I was just reading out your messages. I was reading out the messages. Graham needs to loot. No, Indy, don't mellow. I'm talking to Ishmael in Panama because he's got a card, you know, to get money out. We need to send him. No sound. Still no sound. There should be sound now. Band of hard japs. There should be sound. Please tell me there is sound. Still no sound. Now say that again. Indy Duckmel. What? I know Graham muted himself. Your mic's off. It was less than 2 minutes. Said Sargon. What? Less than 2 minutes? No, I just had to have a quick phone call with Ishmael over in Panama because he's having trouble getting money out the ATM. We can hear you 5x5. It's sound now. Sound okay. There's sound. There is sound. Yay. His chat is lagging. Well, you can see here where my chat is. I see this chat at the same time the chat comes up. But that's good. No, so anyway, so we're having trouble getting money out the cash machine in Almirante, in bloody Panama, and I keep on unblocking the PIN number thing. It's not giving me a reason why it isn't working. So I'm kind of like on my banking on my phone, trying to get this bloody phone card to bloody work. I just keep getting BNP Paribas DAB. So what's that? The British National Party Paribas Digital Audio Band. What's DAB stand for? Is it Digital Audio Band? Is it DAB radio? But yeah, hopefully he can get some cash out. 67. Rob Kenyon. I have to say this is the weirdest bedtime story, says Indy Tuckmel. Well, I could take you over to the feed, but it's giving you countries around the world there. There's Harari, been there. Lusaka, been there. Joburg, been there. Just going to do this annoying thing. I go, yeah, I've been there. Buenos Aires. I haven't been to Port Stanley, fair enough. I've been to Santiago, La Paz, Lima. Done all that lot. I haven't been to Altamira. Not been to that. I've been to pretty much everywhere else. It just came up. Haven't been to Chicago, I don't think. I've been to Detroit. It's sort of the same thing, isn't it? There's Australia there. Been to all of them. Been to all of them. Wow, that's pretty cool. What else have we got here? Oh, Ho Chi Minh, Bangkok. Yeah. Oh no, I haven't been to Manila, the capital of the Philippines. I haven't been there. I've only been on the island of Mindanao. Been to most of them. I haven't been to Lahore. Or Yangon in Myanmar. Been to a bunch of them. Been to Tehran. Been to all them. Oh no, I haven't been to Kyiv. I've been to Lviv and been to Odessa in Ukraine. Never been to the capital. Oh, good stuff. 86, do you mean? What? 86 digital audio broadcast. Is that what it stands for? Ooh, that's interesting. Let's see how we're doing here. Did this bloody work? No, it's still saying card declined. Oh my God. What is even happening here? No, it's been declined again. God. I might have to go and sort this out. Okay. Right, okay, we're back. I'll turn the sound up.
It is a contest that could well decide the fate of an embattled Prime Minister facing tough questions about his leadership. Waiting in the wings is his chief rival, Andy Burnham, but he won't be able to take on the Prime Minister unless he wins here tonight.
It's too late now.
And on Mr. Burnham's heels,
There's
a
the disgusting
surging reform
frogman.
led by Nigel Farage, hoping to seize this constituency and the political
go away,
momentum.
You frog-faced buffoon.
Well, the polls closed at 10 p.m. The ballot
ready.
boxes have
The frog is ready.
The votes are now being verified before
assuming I
counting
survive the weekend.
begins.
My next trip will be Kyiv. Oh, cool. Planning on going to Singapore for my 21st, so take a land. Hopefully flying out from
by
Heathrow
members
on
of the
Singapore
SNP
Airlines for
giving
Edinburgh
up
or
the
Manchester.
seats after being elected to the Scottish Parliament.
Edinburgh was okay.
Well,
I
a
would
night
not
sure
recommend
to
flying out of
reverberate
Manchester. It might be
in
closer
Westminster
to you,
will
but it's
bring
a
you all
horrible
the twists
horrible
and
airport.
turns.
It's so many shit ways to start your holiday. But yeah, Singapore's cool. Singapore's cool. Make sure you check out the
Well, hello
theme
there,
park
and a
based
very
on the
good
different
evening to you.
layers of
I am
hell.
Anna Botting, live from the Makerfield by-election
Buddhist
count
mythology.
in Wigan, a contest that could well shape the
It's
future
the best
of
thing.
this country.
It was
Nothing
created
less
by
than
the
Keir
guy who
Starmer's
invented
premiership
Tiger
is
Balm.
at stake tonight. The polls
Is an exit
closed
poll
at
due?
10 o'clock.
No.
All the ballot boxes have now arrived. Their votes are being verified before being counted. Well, victory here for the Prime Minister's leading rival, Andy Burnham, will propel him into Parliament, where he's expected to ignite a battle for control of the Labour Party, the government and the country. But it's not a shoo-in for Mr. Burnham, even though the opinion polls give him a narrow lead. He is fighting off a strong challenge for the seat from Reform's Robert Kenyon. Well, with us through the evening to examine what is happening and what could happen next are the Reform MP Sarah Pochin and the Labour peer Baroness
God,
Welcome
no.
back to both of you. There's a hot mob, isn't there? There's a sense of excitement tonight because the monster raving loony party candidate has arrived. Who knows? But anyway,
no, that's her.
How are you feeling? Because certainly a source is telling the Press Association from Reform that it is too early and it is too close to call.
Well, I know from my own by-election experience.
Did you see this horrible woman? Did you see what she said?
But at this stage in the evening, it really is too early for us to start sort of making
Blah,
any
blah,
judgments.
blah,
so, of
blah,
course,
blah.
we know that it's a two-horse race. It is between Reform and Labour tonight, and obviously we are all. You can feel the excitement in the room, can't you? It's really buzzing here. It's a great atmosphere, and it does take me back to my election night.
With
It's
Trump.
buzzing, Thangham, because it's so
Trump butter.
consequential, is it not?
It's hugely consequential. I think one of the things that I've really enjoyed about watching what Andy's been saying and doing in this campaign is the way he talks knowledgeably and passionately both about his local area where he lives, where his children have been to school, and that's this area, but also that he understands that politics needs to change. And he's really caught the moment here because people want change. I mean, we stood an election in 2024 on a manifesto of change, and it's been tough to see for a lot of people. They've been wanting and they've been impatient for that change for 14 long Tory years. And I think what Andy's bringing is that experience and that passion that he's got for this local area with his experience on the national stage. And he's caught something there about the mood of we need to change how we do politics, that politics has felt that it's concentrated too much on the process of things and not enough on making a difference to people's lives.
It's tough for candidates, there's no doubt about it. It's really, really hard work. I think Rob Kenyon's talking about 12 hours on the doorsteps. I know there's thousands of people out for Labour today. And they've both actually tonight sent messages of thanks to those volunteers who've been out for them. You know, the hands they have shaken, the doors they have knocked. But there's also critiques of both of them. Andy Burnham, for example, has flip-flopped on policy that he's tried to discuss. There's an argument that he's borrowing a constituency, really only to propel.
Sorry, I'm just going to turn that down. I'm coming through, aren't I? Sarah Pochin put out a video today, right, where she goes, England won last night, and that's good because men are less likely to beat up their wives if England win. So let's hope that England keep winning. And you're like, that's got to be like brass eye or something, or the day-to-day. No human being would actually say that. But this is what this vile piece of shit woman fucking said. See the one on the left there. She's privately educated, of course, so she didn't learn any empathy in school. And she's an absolute fucking horror show. An absolute fucking horror. So why won't Sky say, Sarah, what was with those ID? I'll vote for Well, it was with those. I'd rather vote for Jimmy Savile and Labour by VFUC councillor. Yeah, I don't think they're going to ask. I genuinely don't think they're going to ask. Reform flopped on two-child limit. Flip-flopped on two-child limit. Yes, they did. They said, first of all, they were going to not do it, and then said they would. Burnham flip-flopped to Kenyan is consistently misogynistic. Yeah. Reform flip-flopped on Iran. Yep, they did. Absolutely, they did. Our campaign on super change. So that was the secret to unlock the nation. Don't punch your missus when England lose. Yeah. But also it gives the excuse to people to abuse their partner because they go, oh, I only did it because England lost, you see. Like normalizing that kind of behavior. She's just the worst. She's just the absolute fucking worst. That's feminism in it. Women, know your limits. Uh-huh. Did you see what Barnier said? Yes, Saragan. Yeah, we mentioned that. It just it came up on the newspaper before. I was going to talk about it a little bit, but yeah. So Barnier, the guy who negotiated the Brexit exit deal, he was being interviewed for one of the newspapers, and he's come out with saying, like, basically, if Britain wants to have the opt-outs that it had in the past, again, like opting out the euro, opting out of Schengen, it can. Which kind of snookers the arguments that some people have that we're not rejoining the EU because because we're not going to be rejoining under the same deal. We might actually rejoin under the same deal, and it's still the same organisation. I keep saying this, like, South Africa was chucked out of the British Commonwealth in the 1960s, and then it rejoined the Commonwealth in the 90s. Now, two things there. First of all, it didn't rejoin under the same circumstances, like it had got rid of slavery, well, apartheid, and also it wasn't the British Commonwealth anymore. It had actually changed its name to the Commonwealth. We don't talk about it joining the Commonwealth. We talk about it rejoining the Commonwealth because it was the same organisation. It's had a different name. Did you see what button? No. I hear sampling data looking plus for lab. I hope so. Need to try and sleep. Good night, ducks. Don't know what the weather nice is. So thank you very much, Indie Duck. Have sweet dreams. I'm gonna go back. I kind of don't want to go back over to Sarah fucking Pooching. She's got poo on her chin. That's what she's called, Pooching, because she's been chortling balls. The hidden light. If only I wasn't a stupid young lad who spent his money like it was setting my wallet on fire, I would have moved out years ago, probably to save myself from all this Brexit shite. Yeah, I wish I had the money to burn. That'd be great. One day. Refuck next script, flip-flop with the Reform UK logo. Yeah. Do you know what? I'm gonna just go off this. I'm gonna go on to our friends from, what are they called? LBC, I think. That's what I'm going to do. Go over to LBC. Let me have a look. Because they're doing an all-nighter. There you go, by-election special with Lewis Goodall. So let's get this on. Let's get this.
Andy Burnham gets in. How well Andy Burnham gets in. Whether this proves that Labour can win, but with a different leader, or whether Labour are really in the toilet and that Reform have won it. In which case, Labour MPs up and down the country will be in despair. So I think that the turnout is great, and I think it's a great advert for democracy that this has happened.
And can we? I mean, assuming Burnham wins, and the signals that we're getting seem to be there's greater and greater confidence that he has. Long way to go, of course. But if he wins, Aggie, I mean, he's basically, from the moment he wins and he becomes the MP tonight, everything becomes about a potential, not just potential, let's be honest, actual Labour leadership election. And exactly what the interplay is going to be between him and Keir Starmer, and exactly how those dynamics play out.
Exactly that. And also, we haven't mentioned him. We're sort of, it's 12:11. We haven't mentioned him yet. But Wes Streeting as well, the former health secretary, who maybe a month ago we would have been talking about as a kind of proper player in this election. Of course, he resigned, and after he resigned as health secretary, the polling from Labour members suggested that they took very badly to him resigning, and his polling is terrible, which is potentially why we haven't talked about him.
Well, I suppose one way in which he will be potentially pivotal is if Starmer refuses to go, or if he doesn't, then the question becomes, is that contest contested to a greater degree? Is it just Burnham v Starmer? Does Streeting have the votes to sort of get involved in it? Or if Burnham loses, is Streeting going to contest with Starmer anyway?
And I've spoken to Labour MPs who say that they were asked by Andy Burnham supporters, if Andy Burnham wins, will you sign his nomination papers? And that MP said, well, I said yes to Andy if he wins, and if he doesn't win, I've said to Wes Streeting, if Andy doesn't win, I'll sign your nomination papers. And they believe that's a position of a lot of different Labour MPs. Wes Streeting has said over and over again that he does have the numbers. Some people are sceptical of that. But if Andy Burnham does win, doesn't want to challenge straight away, Wes Streeting told our colleague Andrew Marr that he could challenge as soon as next week. I mean, this contest could still happen and begin next week.
And if Starmer does decide to reach some deal with Burnham, or to see the writing on the wall, then the question becomes, is it going to be a coronation or not?
Well, but I think that Wes Streeting, if he has the numbers, is determined that it should not be a coronation. That there should be a contest, that there should be, an argument about the ideas on which the country should be run. And I think he might feel, I'm not just going to be shut out of this in a cosy deal, cooked up between Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer. So, the uncertainty, the pieces are in motion right now. And, and Lewis, I agree with you. I think from what we're hearing, it sounds like, it's looking pretty good for Andy Burnham in Makerfield, in which case everything is up for grabs. And anyone who says, I know exactly how this is going to play out, they don't, because this is dynamic and things change. And, Starmer's position now, of course, is I'm going to fight on, I fight to win. But is that his position tomorrow if Andy Burnham has got a huge majority and there are cabinet ministers ringing him up and saying, it's all different now?
I mean, one thing that is absolutely certain, of course, and we've talked about it a little bit, is that let's say Burnham wins. We don't actually know, if there is a contest, what the terrain of that contest will be.
Exactly.
Because Burnham himself, for understandable reasons, because he's been appealing directly just to Makerfield, has, after a couple of slightly dicey interviews with national interviewers, decided to retreat from really saying very much at all about what he thinks about the future of the government. Of course, if he wins tonight, that can't sustain. He's got to start to give some indication about what a Burnham government would do differently to a Starmer government, rather than just how it would look different and how it would be different in terms of vibes. And the truth is, neither the public nor we really have much of a clue about that.
And lots of Labour figures believe that Andy Burnham is untested, that he's been out of Westminster. Well, he has been out of Westminster for a long time. They think that he potentially doesn't have the experience, and they think this by-election, there have been some missteps. They haven't had the focus they necessarily would have had on them had it been a Labour leadership contest. And they think that there needs to be a Labour leadership contest. And indeed, as you say, there are lots of people who basically have said, what would be the difference between an Andy Burnham government and a Keir Starmer government, especially if an Andy Burnham government is constrained by the same manifesto promises that a Keir Starmer government is, and it has to be, in a way, unless he's going to call a general election, which we do not think is going to happen.
It's not just constrained by the manifesto, it's constrained by the markets. It's constrained by the wider economic framework in which we live. And, there are Rachel Reeves' fiscal rules, which Andy Burnham didn't seem to be fully appraised of when he gave one interview. He's had some odd things to say about the bond markets, which, good luck with that, trying to say, well, we don't need, we can tell the bond markets what to do. Well, yeah, up to a point. not really. And the reality is that there are constraints that are running. We don't know what economic policies would be different. We don't know what he would do about net zero. We don't know what he'd do about foreign policy. We don't know what he'd do about defence policy, which which led to a resignation of a cabinet minister. So there are really big questions, and I don't know the level to which he has got these answers, and he's got a manifesto written. But that's tricky terrain.
Well, I tell you one thing that has changed, and then we talked about it on the News Agents podcast the other day, John, when we were in Makerfield. One thing we can certainly say is that the choice of seat that has come Burnham's way, and let's be honest, it could have been pretty much anywhere in Greater Manchester. It could have been in a different scenario, Gorton and Denton, right? It could have been the other way around. It could have been Makerfield came up first, he was rejected from there, Gorton comes along, he's allowed to do that. What we can definitely say is that it probably will make a bit of difference to the kind of attitudes and disposition of the government, that you'll have a Prime Minister who is the MP, not just for a northern seat, but for a seat like Makerfield, which he will only be holding marginally. I mean, that is different from Keir Starmer's background and being an MP in North London. He would have, if he'd stood in Gorton, he would have had to take a whole different array of positions, because he would have been fighting not reform, but the Greens to his left. And that has, it seemed to me, make a difference.
I think that's right. And I think just on how he's had to fight this contest, on the bond market, and on his missteps that now are a little while ago, but his September, October last year, when he basically said to the New Statesman, we shouldn't be in hock to the bond markets. He knows now that he has got to effectively reassure them. And there are reports out tonight that he's now being advised by the former chief economist at the Bank of England, Andy Haldane, the former director of the OBR, Richard Hughes, and the former chair of Goldman Sachs, Jim O'Neill. So he could potentially overcorrect by being too worried about the bond markets too, if that is possible to be too worried about the bond markets. But he is hoping that he'll be able to reassure those financial markets. But I think he has had his eyes completely on winning this by-election, because it was 5,400 majority, and then of course the local elections, Reform won more than 50% of the vote. So he's concentrated entirely in the last 4 weeks over winning this by-election. But he's also had to have an eye on a potential leadership contest, and also preparing for government at the same time. And it's very, very difficult to do all three of those things. And I would suggest that probably the latter two have slipped a bit.
Are you both abandoning me now? Abandoning me into the night?
Yeah.
Right, okay, you're off.
I've spent more time with you than I've wanted to.
4 years and counting, mate. You're off. John's off to watch the dying embers of the Canada-Qatar match, and Aggie's going to bed. So grateful to Aggie Chambray and John Sopel for their company for the last 2 hours. Lots more to come. We'll be speaking to Natalie Bennett, the former Green Party leader, about where her party, doing so well not so long ago, seems to have rather disappeared from the national conversation in the last 6 weeks. The time is 12:18.
Okay. All right, so you don't want the adverts. So yeah, a couple of questions coming in. Have you heard anything about the results yet from Sonic? No. The only thing that we've heard is that there's been a lot of what they called voters. The vote is very high. It's they reckon it could be as high as 69% of the vote. 69 dudes. And then that is bonkers for a by-election. But then, as I was saying the other day, this could be the most consequential by-election in British political history. Like I know that sounds like, gilding the lily a little bit there, but I can't think of another by-election like this where it not only chose a prime minister. You could argue that the 1963 by-election, in which Alex Douglas Hume, he got his seat, which allowed him to be prime minister because he was in the House of Lords. He was called from the House of Lords to be in the Tory cabinet at the time to take over. Not gonna lie, a high vote count could be a good thing. No, but that's the thing, Sonic. It might be a bad thing. It might be a bad thing. But yeah, other sort of big by-election, Michael Portillo coming back after losing in 1997 in Enfield to Stephen Twigg, who was just fresh out the NUS. I think he was only about 22 or 23 when he beat Michael Portillo in the 1997 election, and he came back in 1999 and contested for the leader, the shadow leader of the Tory party. Sorry, he would be the leader of the Tory party, but he'd be the leader of the opposition. He wouldn't be prime minister. 1899, Winston Churchill lost a by-election, and he went on to become a war correspondent for the Boer War, and that allowed him to make a name for himself in something other than politics. I don't know, 69 dudes, party on. Latest, BBC's election guru John Curtis says the talk of voter turnout in Makerfield being between 60 and 65% compared with the 52.5% turnout for the 2024 general elections. Yeah, honestly, that's a bit of a worry. The general election, Labour won comfortably with that, 50% of the vote. And just like in the Brexit fraudulendum, a lot of people who had never voted before in their entire lives came out to vote for that because they thought it was going to make a difference. But yeah, it's all a bit of a worry. It's all a bit of a worry, gotta say. I'm just going to check on the Sky feed and make sure that this horrible Putin woman has stopped talking. Yes, she has. So that's good. What else have we got going on? Those MPs are just chasing the populists. It seems like that to me. Those MPs are just chasing the populists. Populism will eat itself. Good name for a band, that. What else have we got in here? Erg not streeting, says Unique. And in my opinion, leadership contests might be better for the Labour Party, but would definitely be bad for government and destabilising for the whole country. Yeah, I don't think it'd be good for the Labour Party either. I think the best outcome possible is that Andy Burnham does really well in this election, in this by-election, and Starmer stands aside, sets out, to stand aside, and they don't have a proper contest. It's just a coronation. It might be the best way of doing it, because then you have the least amount of fuckaboutery. Lisa Nandy is talking at the moment, so let's see what Lisa Nandy has to say.
Minds. We can win people back to us. We can defeat some of the division and anger that's been on display in this constituency and Makerfield in recent weeks. And there are lessons that we must learn from this. And whatever the result tonight, Andy Burnham has earned the right to be heard loud and clear in the corridors of power to help us turn that around.
Yeah. Do you ask yourself why it's close tonight? This is a solidly Labour area historically since 1906, Lancashire, coal mining heritage. What's gone wrong in 2 years? If there was one thing that went wrong under the Starmer government for you, what was it?
Yeah, this hasn't been 2 years in the making. This has been a very long time coming.
From what though? What's the basis of it?
We have been at the sharp end here in Wigan of almost all of the political earthquakes in recent years, and for good reason. We were some of the losers from deindustrialisation. We saw good jobs offshored. Last time we were in government, lots of investment went into constituencies like Makerfield and like Wigan, but a lot of that investment was into public services, not into creating the good jobs that would allow young people to stay and to contribute and to be able to spend
maybe
on
December.
The high
I would say
September. You've got a lot of people here who've worked hard all their lives, and they expect better than a high street that is struggling. They expect better than buses that have been cancelled because the passenger numbers aren't there, and growing old hundreds of miles away from their children and grandchildren.
But you're quoting me the May elections, which were terrible for Labour because of the Reform success here. They don't think Labour can deliver for them on all that list of things that you think this constituency wants. So what I go back to, what has gone wrong? by Labour in the last 2 years that the electorate has just lost faith?
Well, I think people voted very clearly for change 2 years ago. They wanted
and not for
real,
Labour?
meaningful change in their lives.
Was it a protest vote against the Tories?
No, I think they were voting for a Labour Party that was promising change, that we had done a significant amount of work to make ourselves electable again.
Yes, Aragon. It could be the restore surge. That'd be all right.
What we've heard on doors up and down the length and breadth of Makerfield, whether it's in Ashton or Orrell or Winstanley or Hindley Green over the last few weeks, is that people believe that change can come. They believe it can be bigger, better, bolder, but it'll only happen if they have politicians who are rooted in our communities and are prepared to go out and fight the system for them. Over and over again, we heard Andy Burnham coming up on doors, particularly people talking about how he fought for us during the pandemic. And I think whatever the result tonight, and we are cautiously optimistic, but it was always going to be a tough fight. Whatever that result, he has earned the right to be heard loud and clear in helping us to shape what comes next.
Yeah, we heard Rupert Lowe there. There is this real battle on the right of politics. If Andy Burnham doesn't have the big win, and by that I mean reform plus restore, does that hinder his ambitions for Downing Street, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think I think it's far too early to get into what Andy Burnham might do next and what might happen next, because
we deserve to know.
We haven't yet counted the votes. But to answer your question directly, I think this is a complete misunderstanding of what happens in this borough. There is a vote that came out for the BNP many years ago. It comes out for openly racist far-right parties.
About 10% BNP in the past,
It's usually between about 7 and 9% if there is a racist party on the ballot paper. That group will not vote reform. They don't like Nigel Farage. The sort of things that you just heard from Rupert Lowe very much do play out here locally and nationally in terms of the fight between them, and their voters feel the same way. So there is just no question. The people who came out to vote Restore tonight, and I don't know how many of them there were, but they would not have voted reform in this election. So if Andy Burnham can beat reform in this by-election, he will have done something that frankly no other Labour politician in the country could have done. 7 weeks ago, I can't tell you what it was like knocking on doors around here. It was a completely different experience door knocking for Andy Burnham, and that's why I say that he has to be heard loud and clear in what comes next.
You say it's not time to talk about the consequences of his win, and yet you may well, or we may well have a new Prime Minister imposed on the British people who deserve to know what your thoughts are on whether or not he's the right man for the job, whether Keir Starmer should go. Because this isn't an electorate's choice. It might be a coronation, it might be a contest, but there's no electorate involved in that decision making. So what do you want then?
So what I want is what I've always wanted. I want us to pull together as a team. I want voices like Andy's to be heard loud and clear at the top of politics. I supported his attempt to come back into Parliament, firstly when he tried to contest Gordon Denton, and then when he put his name forward for Makerfield. No, because I want towns like mine to be heard loud and clear at the centre of the national debate. That hasn't happened for too long, and we need voices like
that this chaos and this confusion and this stasis and this difficulty of talking about policy needs to end, and therefore you need to conclude what the Labour Party is going to do about its leader, and that needs to happen swiftly for the sake of this country.
Well look, I mean, if Andy wins tonight, I'm sure there'll be a conversation with the Prime Minister. I'm sure the Prime Minister will want to call to congratulate him. In fact, I know he will, and I know that they'll then have a conversation about what comes next. The Prime Minister has already signalled that he would like to extend a hand of friendship to Andy to make sure that he's part of the team. I think that's a conversation they need to have. It's not one that I can have with you here on air. But I hope that what we can do, regardless of whether Andy Burnham wins in this by-election tonight, is make sure that we learn the lesson of from the most popular Labour politician in the country, showing that it is possible to win votes back from reform that only 7 weeks ago we just didn't think was.
There is no doubt it gives hope to Labour activists everywhere if you get that result. If there was a contest between Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham, who would you vote for?
Well, this is, I've been told every day for 7 weeks since the local elections that we were going to be in a leadership contest. I've been really clear. I wouldn't serve in the Prime Minister's cabinet unless I supported him. I've gone out to bat for him this week, and I'm cracking on with the job that people elected us to do. We've got a lot to deliver. We've done a lot. There's a lot more to do. And I think there's some clear lessons that we've learnt here. If Andy wins tonight, he will help to strengthen us and bolster us, and we'll be able to take that message of hope that he's been giving in this by-election. It's been nothing but hope, optimism and change, and we'll be able to take that out to the country.
So just one final question. Do you expect any of your cabinet colleagues to resign this weekend after a Burnham win?
Well, I don't, but then, frankly, I didn't expect the Defence Secretary to resign. He is one of the most loyal members of every Labour front bench, actually, since I've been in Parliament for 16 years.
Clearly not.
I think cabinet colleagues have to make their own decisions about what they do, and I would never judge them for doing so. But what I want us to do is, instead of turning inwards to talk about ourselves, I want us to learn from what has happened here and this incredible campaign that Andy Burnham has run, and I want us to look outwards to the country so that we put places like Ashton, Winstanley, Orrell and Wigan right back at the heart of our national conversation.
Secretary of State Lisa Nandy, in your own manner, obviously. Thank you very much indeed. Lovely to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Well, plenty more coming.
Right, just turn that down for a moment because I want to say thank you to JC77701 for the super chat. It's very generous of you. Thank you for 20 quid. Thanks for holding our hands this evening, Graham. I feel ill at the thought of another MAGA-style incompetent fool taking a seat in Parliament. Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? By any stretch of the imagination. If that dickhead gets in, misogynistic, horrible idiot who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, a little pet to be kept by his, the posh boys who no doubt use him as a toilet. I'm not like really worried about this, because at the end of the day, no matter what happens, even if Burnham gets beaten, then he's still the mayor of Manchester, right? He only needs to resign once he takes his seat in Parliament, right? So if he doesn't win, he doesn't need to resign. As far as Starmer's concerned, this leadership challenge malarkey has actually given him a bit of a boost in people speaking out for him and supporting him, which wasn't really so evident before. They're going, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. And so I could see Starmer stumbling on for another, couple of years even. I can't see him taking Labour into the next election. I really can't. And you know what? If Andy Burnham doesn't win today, there'll be more by-elections. We just go for another one in like a year's time or something. Labour in power till 2029, and nothing can stop that. People keep saying, there'll be a leadership contest and then they'll have to have a general election. No, they don't have to have a general election. The only reason why Boris Johnson pushed like a big massive twat for a general election in 2019 was because he didn't have the numbers. Starmer's got the numbers. He's got 150 more MPs than all the other parties put together. So, as far as the only way that there will be an election, a general election, is if Labour called it, and Labour is simply not going to do that. They're not going to call a general election because that would mean that everyone in that 150 majority losing their jobs. The way things are at the moment for Labour in the polls. There was a point there. Did we have a troll? Oh, what did we have? The traitorous left deserve the truth. But the problem is the truth's always behind a paywall, unlike the shit that you read, which is all free, shoved down your throat. But you like the taste of horse shit, don't you? So, there you are. It's a bit posher than bullshit. It's the shit you get from the toffs, from the rich, from the aristocrats who tell you what to think. The ones who own GB News, the ones who own the Telegraph, the ones who own the Mail and the Express, the Sun newspaper, all these multi-billionaires don't live here. None of them fucking live here, They couldn't give a shit about this country. All they want is to be able to tell us what to do from afar. And, you love it. You love it. And that's why you've got no friends. Anyway, so you've been muted by one of our mods. So bye-bye. What a shame. Oh, so sad. Atlas Blue, why I couldn't do politics despite being obsessed with it, having to constantly lie and omit truths, defending the undefensible and lose all principles in the name of the great good or for the party. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't necessarily think that you need to lie necessarily to be in a left-wing party in Labour or even the Lib Dems or the Greens or something. You don't have to lie. But you see politicians squirm when they don't want to answer a question, so they won't just come out and lie. Like Boris Johnson or Donald Trump will just come out and lie. They'll just say whatever the fuck they want. Rees-Mogg's really bad for that. Jacob Rees-Mogg, he just lies. He just lies all the time. But yeah, I would find it difficult not to give a straight answer. That's what I would struggle with as a politician. You know, I like being able to say how I feel and have that discussion and maybe swayed by debate. But and I certainly wouldn't like to have to vote for something on a 3-line whip that I find absolutely abhorrent. Like that to me would be the most difficult thing. Well, it wouldn't be difficult; it'd be impossible. I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't bring myself to vote for something. One of the things that you do if you're involved in like a debating society in school or university, you're given a motion. This house believes blah blah blah, and if you're in the opposition, you got to oppose it. And sometimes you'd stand up and you'd have to make arguments for like Israel being horrible, or you'd have to make arguments for the continuation of the nuclear testing by Jacques Chirac. That's a deep cut for you. Also, you'd have to stand up and make an impassioned speech on something that you do not believe in any shape or form. And do you know what? It's a good exercise in empathy, in understanding the arguments from the other side. Really helps when in the real world when you're talking to someone who believes in this shit. But that's fair enough. You're just trying to win a debate, you know, just play acting. But when it's serious, when it's you've got to stand up in Parliament, so you've got to go and do the media rounds, and you've got to defend something that is fucking indefensible, like the new guidance from the Equalities and Human Rights Commission. I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't fucking do it. But thankfully, a lot of Labour MPs don't do it. Time and time again, we see these rebel backbenchers. There's about 100 of them. My MP is one of them. Mary Foy is always on the list of rebel backbenchers doing something rebellious, and so is Ian Byrne, the MP for Liverpool West Derby, where I grew up. So yeah, just the people who are really under the cosh there are not necessarily the MPs who are part of Labour. It's more the government, drawn from the MPs, but the government, you've got that thing of collective responsibility. So everyone in cabinet's supposed to be responsible for anything that the government does. It's not just to be pinned on the Prime Minister. He's just primus inter pares, or whatever the Latin is. He's the first amongst equals, apparently. That's what it's supposed to be. But yeah, the trolls get their truths from Twitter. Yeah, hidden night. But I don't mind. Look, some people that they don't get out much, and they're there. Here they are at midnight, going on someone else's channel to go, "Oh, I hate lefties." Imagine being that person. Imagine being that person and having nothing to do with your life, and going on someone's channel at midnight to go, "I don't like lefties. I don't like you." I mean, it's quite sad, really, isn't it? Especially when we're all sort of mates, so we all kind of, get along and we're having a laugh and telling jokes and shit and talking about what's going on. So Reform won Makerfield at the local election. So we'll go and have a look at this chart that's coming up here.
If Andy Burnham wins in a few hours' time, and I have to say my Labour sources are pretty confident at the moment, but if they win, actually, that will have been a lot of people who voted Reform either staying at home or transferring to Labour. And we'll see a bit of a squeeze, I expect, to these other parties as it becomes a two-horse race. This is a massive moment. If that happens, then Andy Burnham will claim that he can defeat Reform, the opponent that many in Labour are extremely worried about. And if that happened, he will argue that quite possibly, should put him on the course for Downing Street. Anna.
Yeah, I agree with that. If he wins this by a mile,
your sources
then
feeling
definitely
confident,
he is
and
the
we
only
can
person
now
who can.
say that Labour sources on the ground now here in Wigan at that Makerfield by-election count, Sam, are also feeling confident. Also, while you were talking, we had the turnout figures. Let me bring them to you. Just short of 60% of the electorate has voted, 58.75%.
Okay. All right, it's not that. It's not as high as they were saying earlier.
510 people came out to vote. Nearly 11,000 of those were postal votes. Stam said there. I want to ask you about that, but Rob Ford, our election analyst, is here with us. There was a lot of hype about the turnout. Does that match what we were expecting, very nearly 60%, or was it slightly off what you were thinking?
Well, there were figures even higher than that floating around. Certainly, the talk that we were getting was this was going to be an exceptionally high turnout. And in historical terms, that is indeed what we have seen. This is the first time in nearly 40 years, since 1987, that we've seen turnout go up in a by-election on the previous general election turnout score. So this just doesn't happen. By-elections just aren't as engaging for voters as a general election, as 5 or 6 weeks of campaigning beforehand. And what that suggests to me is that the voters of Makerfield, they're not fools. They can see what's at stake here, and they've responded by engaging with this process in larger numbers, something we very rarely see in by-elections.
Yeah, well, Sam, as far as Rob Ford is suggesting, it is a big deal that it's gone up. 58.75% is the turnout. Who do you think that would help?
So we were, as Rob was saying, hearing figures of maybe even upwards of 65%, so slightly below what I thought that maybe some of the Labour
Johnny B,
figures
can you get a refund?
But
start
look,
your own channel.
I think this is a moment where Makerfield has been flooded
if you feel like there was a
campaigners.
misspent youth,
thousands of figures from
misspent money.
The Labour Party up there in basically in the seat campaigning today. Labour will hope that the higher turnout does actually help for them. They see the vote from Reform and Restore UK as being smaller and vulnerable. So you'll have been lots of evidence if you drive around the constituency, and I was around the constituency just last week, lots of evidence of Reform and Restore, but not necessarily the volume. They're hoping that that will help them.
Sam Coates, Rob Ford, for the moment, thank you both very much indeed. Well, let us bring in now the Home Office Minister, Mike Tapp. Very good to see you. I mean, it's nervous times, isn't it, because this is such a big by-election. But are you feeling confident? What are you understanding in terms of what the result might be?
I wish I was there with the buzz of the count, and you can get sight of the ballots being counted, start to get an idea.
Seems a bit weird and creepy.
Unfortunately, I have no idea where this is going, but I am, of course, quietly confident. We've had a fantastic campaign over the last 6-7 weeks, with thousands of activists out knocking doors. Makerfield certainly know they've had a by-election if you don't like politics, and it's probably been a little bit tedious, but it's been fantastic to see just now that turnout figure, and it's great to have people engaged and voting. I'd like to see that grow at every election.
Okay, not very interesting.
What does Andy Burnham bring to the Westminster Labour Party?
Well, Andy Burnham's been a fantastic...
This is kind of boring. I'm just going to turn that down and say hello to everyone. Isn't that what a debating club is? An exercise in quite likely defending points of view you don't share or even oppose. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like doing it as part of a debating society, that's quite fun. But it doesn't have real world implications. Having to stand up and have my words recorded in Hansard for all time. That I stood up and made a speech about how much I loved something that I fucking hate. How much I love Brexit. Imagine I had to make a speech about how much I love Brexit. Yeah, that would be quite difficult. Svak says, I'm single and alone, but I find such midnight troll behaviour cringe and pathetic. Yeah, Svaks, I mean, we're here hanging out as mates. Do you know what I mean? That's how I see it. On this channel. I mean, we're not going out to 100,000 people in each show. So it's a nice little group, and to me, it's just this is the equivalent of the virtual equivalent of just going down the pub and watching the results come in, which is something that you can't actually do. I don't think. Does anyone do results parties where the pub stays open till 5 a.m? Maybe in the Jacaranda. I don't know. Did we get another one? Oh, we got another one. One Aggie Pagan is on there already. Bloody hell. Rupert, 4 p.m. Freddie wants someone called Rupert to be some privately educated penis called Rupert. You know, Rupert is a derogatory term used in the army to describe someone who's like ludicrously posh and stupid. So like Corporal George in Blackadder, he would be seen as a Rupert, you know? Rupert the Bear. Do you know why Rupert the Bear wears tartan trousers? God, he's a cunt. Do you know why Rupert Lowe wears Rupert the Toff? Mike Tapp makes Starmer sound good. Yeah, he's a bit, I don't know. I get some weird vibe. I'm getting some like, I know it's going to sound awful, but I'm kind of getting like American Psycho vibes. What do you reckon? Is that just me? I don't know. Ed Miliband should fast track EV charging in Aberdeen, perhaps through a state-owned entity of GB Energy. Yep, I agree. I think Scotland should get free energy. Do you know what I mean? Like that'd be fucking great. Half the energy's coming from Scotland. Just say, oh, you know what? Everyone in Scotland, you can pay less for your electricity. Please don't leave us. That's what I would do. Hidden Night. So what? 15 or 1.5 or 2.0% more than the last general election. Not the 10 or 12% they were blagging the last 10 hours, lol. Yeah. I'm glad Rupert joined this to split the reform vote. Let's hope it pays off. Yeah. It would be incredibly hard for me to try and defend something like Brexit, racism, capital punishment, etc. Yeah, capital punishment. How would you? I mean, I'm racism, obviously, but like capital punishment, what a thing to try and like go, oh yeah, you know, okay, we might accidentally kill a few people and they might turn out to be innocent afterwards. There's nothing you could do once they're dead. But you know, it puts people off murdering people. You know, it's a deterrent. It's such a deterrent that America has a murder rate America, which has the death penalty, has a murder rate 5 times that of the United Kingdom. It's a murder rate as well, so that's the rate of murders per 100,000 people. America, 5 times the murder rate of the United Kingdom. Work that one out. Did you see Starmer dressed like Andy? It was sad. I think Starmer's done the things that he should have been in the last 2 weeks. He's been doing all the stuff he should have done 2 years ago. He's trying to be more positive and funny and nice and be more decisive. And he actually did a press conference this week on Monday. He did a press conference in the morning, so he spent the day talking about whatever the fuck the press conference was about. Took control of the political narrative. It was great. Probably only do that once. He's a fruitcake. He's a fruitcake, says Atlas. He's a raging Israel fister. No, firster. Same thing. Mike Double Tap, as some call him, supports genocide in Palestine. Oh, well, that's no good, is it? I don't know. I've never heard of him. Never seen him before. Never heard of him. He always looks like that. You could say Burnham dresses like Starmer. Yeah. I couldn't defend capital punishment. I'd have to refuse on principle. Yeah, Graham Price. It's very difficult for anyone who has empathy to go for the death penalty because there's no excuse for it. It doesn't deter people from murder, as evidenced by the stats. Like countries that have the death penalty have higher murder rates than countries that don't. And it's that thing of like, if they get it wrong, which they do, you know, if you've got a justice system that's absolutely fucking infallible, then yeah, whatever. But we don't. We never will. We're going to have corrupt coppers. We're going to have justice systems that just don't have time to look into all the evidence. We'll have evidence that, you know, goes away or that's been planted or whatever. And you will get innocent people put to death for a crime that they did not commit. So a refuck vote today was a vote for Jimmy over Andy. Yes, it was a vote for Jimmy Savile. Who, you know, there was a sign up, someone, refuck councillors holding a sign saying we would rather vote for Jimmy Savile than Labour. Dan Hodges saying Farage has already left Makerfield. Ooh! Oh, that's good. That's good. Hope he's fucked off. Exactly, Graham. Couldn't agree more. Refuck could be in charge of the courts by 2030. Well, no, Graham. I was talking about this. I think I mentioned it this morning. Honestly, right, from everything I know about politics, right, I don't know everything, whatever, but I've got a degree in it, and take a passing sort of interest in it, I suppose. I can't see Refuck getting the constituencies because they don't. It's winning a general election is not about getting a bigger amount of the vote share than the other parties, primarily, because we don't have a proportional representational system. What we do have, fucking first past the post system. So what you don't want to go after numbers. You don't want to go after members. People who are diehards in one area. There's no point in winning one constituency with 99% of the votes. Putting all your resources into that. What you're best doing is winning 99 constituencies with 38% of the vote. That's a better use of your resources because that means you get more MPs and you get into power. And we can be as puritanical as we like because we're not in power. We're not a political party. We're not trying to win. But the reality is, if Labour aren't in power, then the Tories are, and the Tories are fucking horrible. But yeah, I can't see Refuck, which is just a personality cult of one person. And all Restore is it's not even a personality cult because Rupert Lowe has no personality. It's a reaction against Nigel Farage because there's quite a few people on the far right who don't like Farage because he doesn't like Tommy Ten Names because Tommy Ten Names a commoner probably. He's not part of the gentleman club elite of Mayfair, like what Farage is. And so, if Farage goes away, if he fucks the fuck off, because he's a corrupt bastard who took £5 million personally from a cryptocurrency billionaire to then lobby to change the rules about cryptocurrency. So it's just come out today that Nigel Farage actually was trying to get the Bank of England to not bring in this stable coin that the Bank of England want to create. So you've got cryptocurrency, blah, 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 something else. But then you've got stablecoin. Now, stablecoin is tied to a currency, like the British pound or the American dollar or the Angolan kwanza, whatever it is. And it's interchangeable for it. So you can use it as you can when the pound goes up in value, whatever it's a pound, it's worth a pound, whatever. And like this would hurt the crypto interests of Christopher Harborne. And lo and behold, Nigel Farage was lobbying against the Bank of England bringing in the stablecoin. Quid pro quo. 5 million quid pro quo. So yeah, hopefully he'll go to jail. Hopefully he'll go to jail for a long time. If Nigel Farage does go to jail, or is otherwise gotten rid of, I quite like the idea of a big trebuchet, launch him at the sun. But however they want to get rid of him out of British politics, once he goes, then the Refuck party goes. It just disappears because it's just a personality cult built around him. Same with MAGA in America. So in a way that the Republican Party will outlive Trump, but MAGA won't. MAGA will go away when Trump goes away. When Trump is gone from one way or the other, all the MAGA lot will go off and do something else. They're not. That's not going to be a thing anymore. But the Republican Party will remain. In the UK, we had Boris Johnson, and he was a bit like Trump in that respect, a bit like Farage in that respect of being a populist twat. And shit at his job, didn't give a fuck, just there to line his own pockets and to make him and his friends and his family very, very, very fucking rich. But he got yeeted out the Tory party. The Tory party still exists, right? Farage isn't like that. Farage is his party. The UKIP exists apparently. Have they ran a candidate in this election? I don't know if they have. They're going to get about 2.5 fucking votes if they did. run a candidate. You know, UKIP are not the force they were when Nigel Farage was in. The Brexit Party just got dissolved into the Refuck Party, and now we've got the Refuck Party, and it is just a private vehicle for Nigel Farage to make loads of fucking money. He has made so much money. He's made an eye-watering sum of money from being an MP. And people said that, it'd be good if Nigel Farage gets elected, because then, you know, he'd have to be accountable for what he says and does. And I'm just like, no, no, that's not the way it works, unfortunately. Apparently, there's another by-election, Aberdeen South. Didn't even know that. Bowler Hatman said today that Farage has allegedly broken UK company law because of the £5 million. Any thoughts? I hope, Roman, I really, really hope that's true. I really hope that he's broken the law and he goes to fucking jail. But then it's company law, and in the UK, I mean, people do some really fucked up shit with their companies, and they get away with it. They get away with it. Everything's limited by limited companies, limited exposure to any kind of, you know, tomfoolery that you've been getting up to. ITN are saying that they think Andy will have 45% and Reform will get 40% going off the opinion polls. Not sure there's any credence to it, but I feel Andy should win, hopefully, says Pete Dencat. Yeah, mate, I'm fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I really want him to win. I think it's going to be a bit shit if he doesn't. But let me just stress, if he doesn't win, it's not going to be the end of the world. This isn't actually, you know, it's not like Robert Kenyon's going to win and then become Prime Minister. It doesn't work that way. But it will give Nigel Farage something to bray about, and that always fucks me off. I've always said that Refuck UK is on the side of Jimmy Savile last year, the whole ban the OSA. Yep. With the likes of Starmer as DPP who wants the death penalty, says Darren Pierce. Well, I mean, I don't think he did a bad job as the Director of Public Prosecutions. But yeah, I don't want the death penalty. It's a bad idea. Everywhere it's a bad idea. And look, even if you are one of these people who are just... Sorry, what's in my eye? If you're one of these people who's just, I love the death penalty because I just love killing. Even if you are one of those people, the death penalty is dead expensive. It's actually cheaper to put someone in jail for the rest of their life than to put them on death row for 10 years and kill them. And the reason being is that while that prisoner is on death row for 10 years, they're not earning any money. They haven't got any money. You know, they're a criminal. And what you're seeing happening is that they're paying, well, not paying, they're getting a public defender to try and stop them from being killed by the state. Maybe they did commit the crime and, you know, they're trying to get it commuted to a life sentence rather than the death penalty. And it's not just the money that you've got to pay for the lawyer, for the public defender. You've also got to get someone on the, you know, representing the government, or in this country, you know, a QC or a KC representing the Crown. You've also got to have a judge. You've also got to have all of the court time and all the court staff. And if you think you're going to be put to death, you will fight it again and again and again up till the very last moment, obviously. And that costs a fuck ton of money. You're talking millions and millions of dollars. So if you want to just be a hard ass about it, not only does it make no moral sense to have a death penalty, it makes no fucking economic sense either. It's cheaper to keep them in jail. Maybe Tiny Tom got jealous of Farage getting $5 million from Harborne. The only reason I can think of why Tiny Tom started shouting about Farage on his stepladder. The fucking fascist Ewok. Do we have any exit polls results yet? I haven't been able to catch up with the news while I'm travelling, says Alexa. No, there's no exit poll. There's only been polls that have been held in the constituency. But the only figure we've got so far is for the turnout, and that's 58.75% for the turnout. But we've just been talking about the different permutations that we might be getting. There you go. The £5 million was a gift to him personally. I'm not sure how company law comes into it. There must be something they can pin on him, though, says Russ. Yeah. I don't know if it went through that as well. I went through his company or something, or that's how he did it. I don't know. Lisa Nandy is now being interviewed on LBC. So we can go and have a look. Do you go and have a look? She's probably just saying the same thing. Although, Lewis Goodall might pin her down, so to speak, about actually, whether she's going to leave the cabinet if Andy wins. I doubt she'll give a straight answer on this. But let's listen in.
Well, look, I've said before that if I didn't support the Prime Minister, I would not be in his cabinet. I have no intention of leaving his cabinet. We were elected on a promise of change. We've got to deliver on that promise.
So if there's a contest, you'd
speculation. We've been getting on with that job.
So if there was a contest, you would support his standing in that leadership contest. You'd support the Prime Minister.
Well, there is no contest. And,
She's not going to answer that question.
What we've got at the moment is a situation where we don't know whether Andy Burnham is returning
Lewis
to Parliament.
Goodall's trying his best not to laugh there, isn't he?
But we're not complacent. We're only a few hours into counting the votes. I think if he does win and he is successful, it will be an
yeah, and if he doesn't win, she doesn't want to lose her job, mate.
And testament to him as a politician. I don't think there's a single other Labour politician who could have pulled that off. And so we need to get him back down to Westminster so he can start working with us as a Labour team to create the change that we need. And
do you think Keir Starmer's got something to learn from Andy Burnham?
I think we've all got something to learn from what's happened here in Makerfield and some of the work that has been going on in Greater Manchester over recent years. I think is the reason that Andy has been able to do something quite extraordinary during this by-election and put us back in contention in places that resoundingly rejected us across the board just a few short weeks ago. So yes, I think we've all got something to learn from Andy Burnham, and we need to make sure that he is heard loud and clear at the centre of power in order to deliver the change that the country needs.
Lisa Nandy, the Culture Secretary, saying that Andy Burnham needs to be heard at the centre of power if he wins tonight, even if he doesn't win tonight. A little bit of news from Arbroath and Brockty Ferry. The turnout has been confirmed at 31.3%.
That's up in Scotland.
Pretty low turnout in Arbroath. I suspect we'll see that mirrored in Aberdeen as well.
Oh, sorry,
lots more to come. Things really getting exciting here on special by-election night. You can see that I can see literally out the corner of my eye the votes being counted and tallied across the Makerfield constituency.
I can see them, but you can't.
And also in those Scottish constituencies. And you heard from Lisa Nandy there already the dynamics of the politics to come, of something already shifting. If things go according to plan, we will have two politicians both claiming a mandate to lead the Labour Party and to change the country. Which of them, Andy Burnham or Keir Starmer, will triumph over the other? Lots more to come. 102.
I'm the guy who does the thing with his voice. Sorry, went to the wrong screen there. Got too excited. Let's see how we went. We were on Sky News on the other channel, and the other part of the watch party. Oh God, fucking Putin's back on. I'm not going to show you that. Oh God, she's so ugly. She looks like Sarah Putin looks like Zelda from the Terrorhawks. That's what she looks like. Good answer, lol. Lewis asked the same question of the party chair earlier, and the party chair squirmed a lot. It is a good question. It's a very good question. Good answer, very good question. I think the audio is on their end. Oh yeah, sorry about that. It was just noisy in the count room, I guess. Atlas says very, very true. Personality cults adapt, and others will capitalize on the zeitgeist and could be more effective than the original leaders. Atlas Blue, yeah, that can happen, but it doesn't. It rarely happens. It's something where like Raul Castro took over from Fidel Castro, but he never had the same sort of devoted following as Fidel had. You could argue that when Maduro took over from what was his name? Why am I thinking of Ceausescu? He was in Romania. What the hell is wrong with me tonight? He took over. Nicolas Maduro took over from. Someone's going to tell me his name now. Caracas, Carruthers. No, Castro. No. Shit. What the fuck was his fucking name? The leader when I was there in 2009. Hugo Chavez, that's it. Chavez. Look, it hadn't come up in the chat yet. Chavez, Hugo Chavez. Yeah, Maduro took over from Chavez, arguably just as bad, and managed to make a bit of a personality cult about himself. But for every sort of story where there is someone who comes along and sort of takes the reins, there's probably 9 situations where some knobhead populist twat dies, and the person who takes over from is just some bureaucrat, and no one really knows who they are. Like, who took over from Idi Amin? Who took over from Robert Mugabe? I don't know. Does anyone know? Who took over from Pol Pot? Don't know. Who took over from Hitler? General Donitz? Donitz, was it? Admiral Donitz, was it? 5 seconds. Chavez, says Ernie. Thank you. Got there in the end. Rupert Lowe looks smug on BBC. I do like that he's operating as a spoiler against his old private school fucking chum, Nigel Farage. Because his party's not fascist and his party's not racist enough. Don't get me wrong, I like Lisa Nandy, but she would have looked more human if she just made a joke of that question and asked him to ask her again later in the night. Yeah, but the problem is, if Andy doesn't win, she doesn't want to lose her job. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. And one of the things that I often think about when we talk about, well, if I was a politician, I'll do this and I'll do that. I mean, a big part of the difference between someone who's like an activist and someone who's, part of a pressure group or something, and then a politician is, like, we don't have to compromise. There's no reason for us to compromise. We might be swayed by people's arguments. We might change our minds about things over time. And I'm glad when people change their minds in a good direction, or something that is better. I'd rather they do that. I never have a go at someone for oh, but you said this back 10 years ago. Well, I said some daft shit 10 years ago. Someone dig that up and go, oh, Graham, 10 years ago you said blah 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 blah, and now listen to you. And I'm like, well, I changed your mind on it, didn't I? It's allowed. It's allowed. But I think politicians have to compromise more. Generally, and when you get a politician who will not compromise, you end up with Trump. So, yeah, I mean, like I say, I wouldn't want it as a job. Atlas Blue, but he didn't cause it. This idea that getting rid of Farage or Trump will allow the world to heal is a misnomer. The system has got a disease. The system is the disease that allows the parasites in, says Atlas Blue. I think that in this country, getting rid of Farage will change the it'll change the mathematics. It will, definitely, because more people will go back to the Tories. I don't think the Tories are going to be a force to be reckoned with for another 7-8 years, probably. I mean, they're pretty much languishing in the doldrums at the moment. We're just joking about the fact that the Tory in this by-election is probably not going to get its deposit back. Goebbels was Adolf Hitler's successor as Chancellor. Donetsk succeeded Adolf Hitler as president. There you go. But wasn't Donetsk like the Führer? Didn't they say? Oh! We've got a first sighting of Count Binface here.
No election, no by-election.
Deliver!
Until
I'm
he
delivering
arrives.
you a Count
Absolutely, so
Binface.
British, and no doubt we'll grab a word with him. He'll no doubt do the rounds as well. And obviously, we saw the monster raving loony candidate also arrive a little earlier. That is Howling Lord Hope. There you go. It's a selfie kind of night, isn't it?
Howling Lord Hope. No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's Count Binface.
Anyway, welcome to Count Binface, to the Makerfield count. John Craig's in the midst of it. Not sure he's quite next to you, John. But first of all, how's it looking? I know the postal votes get counted first. Have they actually started properly counting in this Makerfield by-election?
I've got to get me photo with Count Binface at one of these things.
The returning officer announced that a short time ago. The counting is well and truly underway now. Senior Labour people are looking pretty relaxed. They think they're on course for quite a decent victory here. But at the same time, they believe,
someone
I think you've just reported, Anna, that they had a dismal result up in Scotland and possibly come 5th in Aberdeen South.
Wow.
That's a good... the Tories here are confident that they've won Aberdeen South. Of course, Kemi Badenoch, as we've been discussing, has been there several times, and she has tackled the Prime Minister on energy policy in the North Sea at Prime Minister's questions several times in recent weeks, and it looks as though that has paid off. But here, well, you were just discussing people voting against people they don't want. What looks as though has happened here is perhaps that some Conservative Lib Dem supporters may have backed Mr Burnham to keep out reform. We've seen anti-reform tactical voting before, notably in the Caerphilly by-election from the Senedd a few months back, and it looks as though Mr Burnham is on course here. We're not quite sure how soon he's going to arrive here, but excuse me, there is a mood really of anticipation here, and I think we are moving to the sort of business end of the evening. There's talk of Mr Burnham arriving here fairly soon. We'll obviously let you know when we know when that's going to happen. At the moment, I'm just looking at some Labour Party people there. Got broad smiles on their faces. So the bookies always had Mr Burnham odds-on favourite to win here. That looks as though it's going to happen. And with so that Mr Burnham first, and then the Reform UK candidate, that's Rob Kenyon second. Now, Rebecca Shepherd, the Restore Britain candidate, I was talking to Rupert Lowe, the leader of that party, a short time ago. He thinks they might do better than some opinion polls suggest. It looks as though Mr Lowe's party's taken votes off Reform UK, so it looks as though it might be a rather disappointing evening for Reform UK, even though
Fingers
they
crossed.
did say earlier that they were going to get a good percentage share of the vote, and Sarah Pochin's been saying that a few times. Oh my goodness. A man with a bin on his head. It's not the Tory candidate.
Come on, Lord Binface.
Like
go and interview him.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I better.
To talk to him.
No, I'm going to hand you back to.
He doesn't know who it is. This is brilliant.
Oh right. Okay.
You want to talk to me?
Yeah, go on then.
Go on then.
Right.
Back to the nation.
Who are you?
My name. What kind of journalist is this? You don't know?
I've got my list here.
Burnham.
No, I realise that. Oh, you're Count Binface, yeah?
There you go. You did go to journalism school. Excellent. Yes,
A long time ago.
I beg your pardon?
I said a long time ago.
Yeah. Oh, well, I wouldn't have known.
Why are you standing in this election? Just a stunt?
It's A, because it's happening. B, I was at a loose end. C, because I believe elected mayors should serve out their terms before they're eligible to stand for Parliament.
Oh, you've made a sensible serious political point there.
Well, no, you're supposed to be impartial, mate. So let me carry on. I'm going to rephrase the traffic lights on Liverpool Road. I'll price cap Wigan kebabs at £2. I'll make cyclists who disobey the highway code have to ride unicycles instead. And I will turn HS2 into FFS1 and reroute it.
Not going to swear, are you?
No, I'm perfect. Although we are past the watershed, but don't worry.
No, we don't want you swearing, please.
I will promise I won't. I'm a good boy. And no, but I'm going to reroute it through rail executives' homes. I'm going to build at least one affordable house. I mean, I could go on. What's Andy said he's going to do?
Oh, he said lots he's going to do, and he changes his mind from time to time. But anyway, are you going to save your deposit? Probably not.
No, in a word. But if I could beat the Tories or the Lib Dems, that would be quite funny.
I suppose they wouldn't find it very funny, though, would they? How many votes do you think you're going to get?
Well, I'd be happy with one.
Do you live in the constituency?
I do tonight.
Well, it sounds as though you don't.
What, do you?
No, of course not. I don't live here, no.
So why should I?
Well, a lot of candidates like to boast that they're local. You're obviously not too concerned about that.
Well, I'm looking at the putative Prime Minister Nigel Farage. He spends more time in America than in Clacton. So why should...
You don't think Mr Burnham's the putative Prime Minister, then?
Well, they both putatas, that they will be the next PM. But I think at least Andy feels like he's slightly local to the area. But that's something. If I was to win...
He used to be the MP for Leeds, just not very far from here.
Exactly. If I win, I swear...
That's not going to happen.
Well, exactly. So I'm going to say, I swear I'll move to Makerfield if I win.
Okay. I'm sure they'll all be delighted. Well, I'm sure there's other people who want to interview you. Thank you for talking to Sky News.
It's my pleasure. Well interviewed. Well done.
think I got the short straw there.
Got a crowd of people watching that. I mean, people were filming you interviewing Count Binfast, and I'm afraid for me, you've lost your by-election king crown because you didn't know who he was, and everybody knows who Count
Everyone knows Count Binfast is.
Let's be honest about it, but he's still there. He won't leave you now. Of course, I don't live in the area was the mantle. Go on, John.
Yeah.
10 out of 10, no notes.
I was going to say I don't normally interview those sort of candidates, but I think you bullied me into doing that. Anyway, I'm going to hand back to you now, Anna. You can continue.
Awkward.
You had a crowd around you.
Your feisty twosome.
The serious stuff. Yeah, I know.
Yes,
we'll speak to you later, John Craig. Thanks very much indeed.
Comic relief.
So the news from both the SNP and indeed the Conservative Party is it looks like they have taken Aberdeen South. It was held by the SNPs. Stephen Flynn won it in 2024 with 4.9% of the vote. The Tories, I'm hearing, also have gained 2 seats in local council by-elections from Reform tonight. She said, looking at Sarah Pochin, one in Rochford and one in Essex County Council. They also held one in Hillingdon. Are we starting to see a resurgence, albeit small, by the Conservative Party? Let's bring in, though, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, to get the mood music from this constituency, Makerfield. Sam.
That's right. I've got an update for you, Anna. Labour sources are now telling me that they've looked at the voting. You can do sampling in the count, and they've done early sampling, and I'm now told that they are officially encouraged by what they are seeing in early days. Normally, if there was any chance of this election being blown off course, you would know by this point. I just want to take you back to what we're looking at with the numbers, just a few benchmarks. This is the 2024 result. Now, if you remember, just a few weeks ago in the local elections, actually, Reform came out on top. But I think the argument that you'll get eventually from the Burnham campaign that you were hearing earlier in this race is that if Andy Burnham is able to even just replicate what we saw from Josh Simons in the 2024 election, then that would be a stunning result because it shows that he can do something that Keir Starmer cannot and win at a point where actually Reform have been rising for most of the Parliament. So if you get a result in the region of 45% or even more, I had an MP, Labour MP, message me a couple of hours ago saying that you could see Andy Burnham get above 50%, which really would be a mandate that I think Keir Starmer would struggle to say that he could replicate. Then that would be a key argument in the armoury. I think this percentage. What's come out of number 10 is they're going to argue that unless Andy Burnham's victory, the margin of Andy Burnham's victory, shows that he can defeat both Reform and restore Britain, if we get, say, 5–10% there, that Andy Burnham needs to show that he's got some kind of mandate that's unusual that would really challenge the sort of advance, the march of right-wing parties in this country. That would be a key milestone. But I think the stats later this evening could be absolutely critical. And then one other update for you, Anna. We are being told that the SNP have conceded defeat, and that's in the Scottish seat of Aberdeen South.
The
and
SNP
other than by-election results, only so there you have it. You have the first concession of the evening. That's in this seat, Aberdeen South. It will have been quite a job for the Tories to leapfrog Labour and get into first place in Scotland. It'd be quite the win for Kemi Badenoch. She threw quite a lot of her own personal weight behind that seat, going herself to Aberdeen, campaigning on oil and gas, and upending the trend that we've seen more generally in Scotland. So that will be a big moment for the Tory party as well. So something this night will tell us about all the different political parties. So we will see.
The
I think
SNP
data
won
analysis tonight particularly key because it tells us a lot about where we are in the middle of this Parliament.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. And there's so much to be drawn from the results. Certainly, Aberdeen South, Arbroath, this seat here in Makerfield. I mean, Sarah Pochin, Labour sources beginning to feel confident on the ground here.
No.
If you didn't.
No. She's got poo on her chin. She's Sarah Pochin. Why has she got poo on her chin? It's because she's Sarah Pochin. It's a little song that I've just made up. I hope you enjoyed it. God. Who the fuck is this? Professor Michael Jacobs from the University of Sheffield. Could you buy yourself a light, mate? Can you buy yourself a... He looks like he's on the run. He looks like he's been interviewed for, like, you know, Crime Watch or something. That's like not put a light on his face. Come on, man. Done better than that. And look, his laptop, the top of his laptop's shaking around like crazy on his desk. Oh, mate, no, that's not very professional. Should have got that sorted. Mate. It's a bit like when Wayne turns up and he's walking down the street with his phone in the middle of the night. You're like, Wayne, can you call back when you got a better picture and a better internet and better sound? Thank you, mate. She's my MP. I see your fucking face. I get to see her face quite enough. Gosh, she's fucking ugly. Yeah, that was brilliant there with Count Bin Face. And do you know what made it funnier is that the journalist for Sky was just playing it straight. Channel. I go, I'll humiliate you by asking you sensible questions. And Count Bin Face just walked all over him. That was actually hilarious. Where he's like, do you live in the constituency? He's like, do you live in the constituency? He's like, no. He goes, well, why should I live in the constituency? Very good. 10 out of 10, no notes. His next performance review is going to be hilarious. Remember to donate if you've got any money. Oh, thanks, Blue Badger. How does anyone not know Count Bin Face? I don't know, Morpheus. Like, seriously. Count Bin Face has been at all the big elections, for like 10 years now? Back in the day, he was Lord Buckethead, wasn't he? Now he's Bin Face. Because there were some issues with the old what's it called? That thing. What's that thing that you need? Copyright. You need the right of the copies. I can't believe that I can't believe that, like, the Sky people have got Sarah Puchin on all night. That's just mad, isn't it? One of the reasons why I didn't SNP concedes defeat in Aberdeen South, and we were just looking at the results there, and it made it look like they won. And I'm like, was that the 2019 election? The 2024 election? I don't know. But that SNP South Sea, if they've lost that, that's pretty devastating, because that was Stephen Flynn's constituency. That was his Westminster constituency. He's given up that constituency. He's given up his job as MP and also leader of the SNP in Parliament in Westminster, not the Scottish Parliament. He's left that to become the leader of the Scottish Parliament. He got elected last month as a Scottish MP and as an SNP, and he had to give up his role. So he created that job opportunity, that, you know, the by-election that wouldn't have gone ahead. So it's going to be very difficult for the SNP to try and skewer Andy Burnham if he does win this and then becomes Prime Minister. To go, you gave up your job as mayor. He can just stand up and say, well, you gave up and Stephen Flynn gave up his job as an MP, as leader in Westminster, and then you got beaten. That was the 2024 results for comparison. Oh, case facts. Sorry, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. But yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was so confused because I was like, they just said that the SNP got beaten, and they're showing me this graph here which shows that the SNP have won. Yeah. There are some diehard Conservative pockets in Scotland. They make English Tories look liberal by comparison. Explains why so many South England vote Lib Dem nowadays. I suppose you wouldn't be walking around with a bin on your head in a crowded room full of TV cameras if you weren't confident and a funny guy. Lol. Yeah, true. No, please don't interview me. I hope they're wise enough to work out in a way that's good for country and the party. Looks like Balloonhead Streeting has other ideas now. You mean the what's it called? What's it called? The emergency pilot. The autopilot. The autopilot Otto from Airplane. That's what he looks like. That's what he looks like. I wasn't going to have the BBC on just because it's Laura Kunsberg and I fucking hate her. There you go. I knew Bin Face since Buckethead. Just wasn't that big into politics at the time, but he was known how he was the noughties generation of rebellious politics. Lol. Skinwalker. He's been around for a while. He's been around for quite a long time. Like, to not know, for me, that seems a bit mad. What else have we got in here? I'll howl if the results were the same. Their prediction with the 60% turnout being lower than they thought. Lol. Yeah. I can appreciate the childishness towards Putin. It's a fucking disgrace that they got a reform Muppet in the studio. Yeah, she's awful. Bemused in Ballum. She's just the worst. She's just genuinely the worst. I'm having a look at the BBC here. We've got the BBC going, and the BBC are just Lewis Goodall's interviewing some guy. Oh God, Rupert Lowe. Rupert Lowe is being interviewed on LBC. Should we see what this Rupert is saying? Should we see what this absolute fucking Rupert is saying? I think we should. Come on, let's have a listen in. Let's have a listen in.
As you probably know, I'm not in this for money. I give my parliamentary salary to charities.
I'm not in this for money because I was born disgustingly rich. Popped out of my mother's vagina onto a big mound of money.
Sort of what I call vocational politicians who basically want to change the way in which things operate, because Britain's going badly wrong. I think everybody can see that.
You're going badly wrong.
Labour has done untold damage in the last 2 years. The front bench, most of them have no business experience. They have no life experience. They have no understanding of the consequences of the legislation.
Rupert is such a nonce name.
They're raising taxes all the time, particularly taxes on jobs.
Using my TV, lol.
National insurance. And they're just damaging the real economy. They have no idea of the consequences of what they're doing. So I think the British people can see that.
1 sec.
And they're getting increasingly frustrated by it.
And obviously your party, 5%, 7%, say
well, whatever we get,
tonight
is the poll. Tonight is the poll.
What would be a good result for you tonight?
Well, we came into this thinking that sort of 10% would be a great result. I mean, we're a new party. We're less than 4 months old. I think we were told we'd get 2%. In Great Yarmouth in Norfolk, we were told we'd get 1%, less than 1%. We ended up, you could have halved all our votes and we'd still have won.
So under reported.
Now look, I mean, a national election is a different thing to county council elections, where I'm a local MP in Great Yarmouth. Everyone knows me, and they've seen what we've done in Great Yarmouth. They've seen that my office there is doing its best to help people. So I think it was easier in a regional election. This is a national election from a party that's 4 months old.
And how would you
so
feel
if we get anywhere near 10%, I think that is the news of the night.
If you did get 10%, that would be enough to deny reform to win, and
I don't
to
know.
let Andy Burnham win this seat. How would you feel if that happened?
I don't know what the outcome's going to be, and I don't subscribe to this.
Would you be happy though?
I don't subscribe to this
splitting the vote.
Well, hang on, I'm just answering.
Voice of the working class, peeps. Voice of the working class.
You're a bit hasty with your questions.
Bit hasty.
So what I'm saying is, Reform don't own any votes. Nor does anybody. In a democratic election, you say what you're going to do and you let people choose whether they want to vote for you. Nobody owns the votes. And if Andy Burnham wins tonight, credit to him, it's a democratic election. You have to give him credit.
Of course.
Now, whether or not he wins by a margin bigger or less than the margin of votes we get is not the issue. The issue is this is a democratic election and everyone has the right to stand. So if Nigel Farage hadn't politically tried to assassinate me, I probably would still be within Reform. So why don't you ask him?
So it's his problem.
Why did he do that? It wasn't necessary. It wasn't expected. I certainly wasn't expecting it.
But
at the end of the day, the consequence of what he did was that, in the end, being politically driven as I am to change the way we're governed, I've now set up my own party, and I think you need to ask him why he did what he did, rather than asking me why I think it's right for me to effectively stand aside and let them win, which I'm never going to do. And it doesn't matter whether it's Reform or Labour. You know, I'm standing to win and to serve the people better. The British people deserve better government than they've had in the recent past.
And where's your candidate? Where's Rebecca? We haven't seen her at all this
She's on her way here. She's on her way.
We'd love to
She's on her way, so you will see her.
We'd love to hear her voice, because we've not heard her at all in this campaign.
You'll have to ask her if she wants to talk to you.
Will she be free to talk?
She's free, white and 21. She can talk to anyone she wants to. I'm not going to tell her who she can talk to.
Well, absolutely. LBC would love to speak to her whenever. But it does feel like she's been hidden away a bit in this campaign. Would you agree?
No, I don't agree. We weren't invited on to Question Time.
Wow.
And she spent her time campaigning locally.
She's just going to
win. vote for her.
He's just whinging.
And she's
It's
done
so
a tremendously
funny.
good job.
What do you think of the issues?
And by the way, she's very brave to stand up.
Very brave.
And to put herself forward.
Why do posh people sound like they?
What do you think of the issues for Makerfield? The main things that you're hearing about on the doorstep that people actually want to see change on?
Well, people are worried about immigration. That's the biggest issue for the country, as we all know. Untargeted immigration, illegal people coming here illegally, people living here illegally, people not being sent home when they're not supposed to be here.
In jail.
Illegal means illegal, and I've made that quite clear. If you read our mass deportation document, which is quite long, if you've got the
mass deportation,
if you've got the willpower to read it, a bit like the rape gang inquiry, which we've just produced, which you should all read because that's
nothing new came out of it. Nothing new came out of it.
And that basically is full of the failures of the Labour Party.
What?
But if people, as they appear to have done tonight,
find
continue to support the Labour Party, they're going to get more of the same.
And finally, can I just ask, we're hearing high turnout today. Do you think that helps you and the Restore Party, people that may not have come out to vote before at all?
In Norfolk, we saw people coming to vote who hadn't voted for a long time because they could see that we are a genuine alternative to the rather stale politics that has come to be the hallmark of Westminster.
You're rather stale politics,
I think
mate.
if we get a high turnout, that will work to our advantage, yes. And we're bringing people, so it's not about just splitting the vote, it's about infusing people. And as you probably know, the last election was won on a 59% turnout. And Starmer won it on, I think, 34% of that turnout. So he won it on a very, I call it a landslip election victory.
Oh, I call it a landslip. I'm so funny, man.
And really, I'm hoping people will come back to vote. People will have belief in politics again. But they're not going to do it if they're continually let down by the people in Westminster who aren't serving the people but are serving themselves.
So that was our own Natasha Clark speaking to Restore's Rupert Lowe there, and it was very interesting to see, of course, how well they've done, how much of it was real, how much of it is a bit of an internet phenomenon. Always hard to tell with Restore. It's certainly how they started. Anyway, also, before we go to the news, Stephen Flynn, who was the MP for Aberdeen South, stood down to become an MSP, a member of the Scottish Parliament, is now the Economy Minister in Scotland. He's tweeted, again, as we've been reporting, conceding defeat effectively in Aberdeen South. A tough night in Aberdeen that some will need to reflect on quite heavily. Commiserations to my good friend, the candidate, a great man and colleague. We lost Aberdeen South to the Tories in 2017 and we won it back 2 years later. I've no doubt we can do so again if we get things right. Intriguing wording there. A tough night in Aberdeen that some will need to reflect on quite heavily. Not entirely clear who Stephen Flynn means. We'll perhaps talk to Gina Davidson.
Probably Nicola Sturgeon, who didn't know that her husband had just blown
shortly. We're going to be speaking, as promised, to Nadeem
Winnebago.
Zahawi, the former Conservative chairman, Chancellor of the Exchequer, and so on. But before that, at 1:32, let's take a breather now. Get the latest LBC News headlines with Daryl Jackson.
The counting process is underway in a by-election which could decide the future of the Labour Party. Former Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham is hoping to become...
Yeah, we know what's happening. We know what's happening. You don't need to tell us. You don't need to tell us, lads. We know exactly what's going on. Oh, shit. Some button. Got to hand it. It looks like he's delivered the seat to Burnham. Let's hope so anyway. Yeah. Why do really posh people sound like they're speaking at half speed? Or possibly they've had a stroke. Why is this? This is something that Jacob Rees-Mogg does. He sounds like he's talking in slow motion. I hate them. I hate the posh. I don't mind them if they just stay in the little swimming pools or whatever they live in. You know, whatever their little fucking habitat is. You know, snorting caviar and that. Don't give a fuck about that. Have fun, you know, with the gold fucking diamond bracelets and things and the little amulets. They like amulets, don't they, the rich? I don't know. Amulets and cocaine. Fine, do what you like. Just don't get involved in politics because you're not representing anyone except yourself. Every posh rich person in politics is only representing themselves. Lol, he could have tweeted oopsie doopsie. The same meaning. Oh my god, they're still talking to Putin on fucking still talking to Putin. What the fuck. And on the BBC, they are Kunsberg is talking. They're in on the BBC. All right, they're talking to someone in the count there. The only count that I'm interested in is Count Binface. Graham, they have brain damage from all the sherry and whiskey. Yeah, true. Because they're so slow. They're stuck in some weird past and can't catch up. They're taught to do so they can be thinking of the next thing to say. Public school trick, says Alan Barker. Maybe, yes. Oh, do you know what? From one fucking clown to another. Look who LBC have dragged up. It's Nadeem Zahari. Hello, Mr. Twat. Oh, do you know what?
Exceptional.
Here we go.
Physical and digital. And I want to thank the people of Makerfield who
didn't vote for you.
Ultimately will decide who's returned to Westminster. And
looks really
let's
tired.
see what happens tonight. The thing that
have you just woken
you
him
and
up?
I both know, whatever happens tonight, is that
is he holding
the only
cameras
serious challenger to Keir Starmer and this government is reform. It's the one party that, whether it's Scotland, Wales, and the local elections, amongst trade unionists, in Labour heartland, the sort of the industrial heartland of our country, that is now being taken seriously as an alternative to this government is reform. And that's something that we will build on, and we will continue to build and organise towards the general election. But let's see what happens tonight.
If Burnham does win, though, against the odds, let's be honest, because Makerfield, although it's been a Labour seat forever, it's very high up on your target list. It's exactly the sort of seat that you'd be expecting to win if there were a general election. Now, you did exceptionally well there in the local elections. If Burnham does win, despite all of that, despite the fact that Labour nationally are doing so poorly in the polls, does that not show that reform potentially has met its match in Burnham?
Well, if he does win, there's going to be the equivalent of what happened to the Conservative Party under Boris Johnson, which will be a psychodrama, because you've already seen and you've reported on very vigorously, I should add, that Keir Starmer is going to try and hang on.
He's lagging.
And is not budging, is refusing to go. And you've got Andy, and you've got Wes, and Angela Rayner, and whoever else will enter the race. It will be a mess. And I think that will not help the Labour brand, as it hasn't helped the Conservative brand today. And beyond that, the problems don't go away for whoever is leader of the Labour Party, because they still have to try and come up for the money, with the money for defence, and that eviscerating speech by my old friend John Healey was pretty disastrous for the Labour Party and the Labour brand. So the problems won't go away, and I don't think replacing Keir Starmer with Andy Burnham is going to help much.
Does it remind?
Sorry, pardon me. Can't be arsed listening to him anymore. But he speaks slow, doesn't he? He's a bit. Am I a little bit out of focus? Focus. It might just be my eyes. It is my eyes. A guy's currently got the clause in the Very Group online retail, by the way. Has he? Yeah, sorry. There's a lot of politicians that we don't really want to see. Hey, let's see if Colin Naismith from Labour, who's talking at the moment, with a clock behind him. Is this clock wrong? Is this? Just tell me now. Is that the time? Is that the time? Is it? Is that the time? I think his clock stopped. I think his clock has literally stopped. That's bad, isn't it? Or maybe he's in a different time zone. No, because even if it's in a different time zone, it's the wrong time because it's 22, and that's on what 30. I don't know what 7:34 or something like that. Yeah. How's it going, Graham? It's going all right, mate. Thanks for asking, Patrick. I'm not feeling 100%, and I'm trying my best to be entertaining. Get through this. The most entertaining thing that's happened so far is Count Binface being interviewed by someone on Sky News who didn't know who he was. It's 1:40 on my phone and clock. There you go. It's 1:40 on my clock as well now. What's that? 7:35 or 7:35. Maybe he's stuck in a time loop. Atlas says, like when they got Nadine Dorries and Kwasi Kwarteng did the 2024 general election commentary with Rory Stewart and Alistair Campbell, pure torture. Even later, the two presenters were exhausted with it. Russ says, will Putin still be keen to talk after the plumber suffers a humiliating defeat? I hope not. I hope she goes off crying. She won't though, because she'll just go off to bathe in their money. I googled it, and there is just speech delivery is heavily tied to social power in upper class education and professional circles. Speaking slowly is a sign of status, confidence, and authority. Blue Badger says, to be truthful, the slow speech and sipping water are stall tactics. Another is to say interesting and chuckle gently while you decide if you'll be positive or negative. Yeah, they say that you should never start. You should do the old gong game where you can't say yes or no. So you start everything with I. So when you ask a straightforward yes or no question, did you threaten to overrule it? You respond with, I considered doing what you might have thought that I might have done, but then I decided not to do the thing that you were thinking of. I decided to do the thing that I had been thinking of for some time before I did the thing. Once I had done the thing, I obviously looked back on the thing and thought maybe that was the thing that I should have done, but it might not have been the thing that I should have done. I don't know. You need to tell me that. But until we discover what it is that I'm actually guilty of and what you all think that I thought that I did, then, there's nothing really much to say about this matter. You see, I could be a politician. I could be a Tory. Come out with that shite. It's not difficult. Well, I might be a minute from the future. Tell us what happens a minute in the future, Hidden Knight. Sorry, mate. Thanks for hanging in there, says Patrick. Yeah. So I'm just not feeling very well. It's not your fault. It's nobody's fault. Except Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham's fault. If Andy Burnham hadn't caused this by-election, I wouldn't be up at 1:42 in the morning. Facts, it's 3:40 for me, but it's 7:40 in Chicago, American Midwest, as well as 7:40 in Thailand and Indonesia. Should you have a watch party for the match? There'll be another match. Should be a match on now, shouldn't there? Isn't it like Scotland matches are all at like 2 o'clock in the morning for some reason? Oh, okay. So this is we're going to go over to the count from Aberdeen. The count. Here we go.
Scott, returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in the Aberdeen South constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Nurul Hoque Ali, 1,550. David Ballantyne, the Alliance for Democracy and Freedom ADF, 59. UK Heart, Reform UK, 2,478. Douglas Lumsden, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 14,000.
Bonds have won it. Can you SMP?
George Shelston Extreme, Vote Scottish Greens, Let's Demand Better, 974. Mel Sullivan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,270. Richard Gordon Thompson, Scottish National Party, 8,258.
Oh, absolutely battered.
Ballot papers rejected, 53.
Wow, it's been absolutely
Total votes,
mullered. The Tories have won that seat with over 14,000, and the SNP only got 8,258. I've turned the sound off because we don't need to hear Tories clapping. I'm making that Tory brain noise. What they all sound like to me. But also, I mean, this goes to show this. This is a by-election. This is a parliamentary by-election for MP. Wow.
Then for the
she looked pissed
Conservative
off.
Party
she looked
Aberdeen
furious.
South, it's somewhere that Kemi Badenoch, the Conservative leader, had visited. She said this was a referendum about North Sea oil and gas, about our energy security here in the UK. So let's reflect on that then with our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. It breathes life in the old dog, doesn't it? Let's say, Sam.
Yeah, I think this will be a huge moment for the Conservatives. They have a victory. You haven't seen a victory in Scotland for the Tories since the late 1960s. So a 70-year upset here for the Conservatives. And Kemi Badenoch putting a lot into it. There will be... here is the winning candidate.
No.
Here in Scotland.
I think there have been some Scottish Conservatives in Aberdeen that put their trust in me, thank you. I share your anger.
I don't share fucking anything with you. Listen, that makes sense then. So at PMQs, I didn't realise that this by-election was also going ahead on the same day that the Makerfield by-election, because everyone's just been talking about the Makerfield by-election, haven't they? So I didn't realise that Aberdeen South, which was Stephen Flynn's old seat, which was up for grabs. That's why in PMQs this week, all 6 questions were about North Sea oil, because it's all based off Aberdeen, isn't it? Okay, it makes sense now. Guess who Badenoch hopes to get as party sponsors? The North Sea oil, fucking BP, something like that. Now is when I want to see Sarah Puchin. Yeah, never. But yeah, Count wins 4th, Tory 5th. Tartan Tories. Aberdeen is a rich area though. I heard Aberdeen was up, but I thought it was after Makerfield, not the same day. Yeah. I mean, that just goes to show though, Hidden Night, like how shit British media is at reporting stuff that's going on in Scotland. It's a bit shit, isn't it? I mean, us lot, we try and keep an eye on what's happening, you know? But, yeah, bloody hell. Anyway, this Tory's wanging on, like an old twat. Oil company, oil lobby, corporate and domestic. Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look what's happening on the other channels. The BBC. Oh, what's the BBC up to? What are you up to, the BBC? The BBC are covering this, as you can see behind me. Maybe I could just turn around and go, oh yeah. And then Lewis Goodall is talking to a lady. Talking to a lady with big glasses. Should we go and listen to the lady with the big glasses? She's going to turn out to be a really fucking hour or something, isn't she? Anyone know who this lady with the big glasses is? Answers on a postcard. 1 second. Ooh, anyone know who this is? Oh.
14,000 votes to the SNP's 8,000 votes. 8,000. So, you talk.
Sorry, I was. Oh.
Collapsed here. Reform did not do anywhere near as well as they were expecting, and that I think is because the Conservatives' message was very much that they were the only party that could beat the SNP in this seat, and it looks like that's exactly what voters have believed, Lewis. And as you say, I mean, Stephen Flynn's majority 2 years ago was about 3,700. Douglas Lumsden has absolutely smashed that.
I don't have a staff.
vote has fallen to around 8,000 or so.
Hey, tonight, if you want to work as a researcher for me for free, I'd love you to.
Just a month ago in the Scottish Parliament elections, Stephen Flynn won the majority of this seat for the Holyrood election, and they also won Aberdeen Central, which is another part of this Westminster constituency, and that was won by Jack Middleton. So they had, belief that they could do well in this election, but as I say, the Conservatives poured resources into this seat. I was hearing that some of them were up at 4:30 this morning, yesterday morning, starting to deliver leaflets on the last day just before the polling stations opened. So they have.
Oh wow, she used the word deliver to actually mean deliver something to someone's house.
Gina Davidson, our Scotland political editor, there reporting on that first result of the evening. If you're just joining us, just to remind you, Conservative gain in Aberdeen South over the SNP. First Scottish Conservatives victory in a Scottish by-election since 1967. Their candidate Douglas Lumsden taking 14,308 votes. The SNP's 8,258 votes. The rest of the parties on nugatory, negligible sums. Reform 2,500, Labour down. Labour absolute collapse in their vote, down to 1,500 votes or so. In fact, the Conservatives, in terms of vote share, are on 50% of the vote in that seat, a seat that they last held back. They lost, I think, in 2019. Let's cross live now to Joe Robertson, Conservative MP for, it has to be said, rather the other end of the country rather than Scotland. He's the Tory MP for Isle of Wight East. Nonetheless, I'm sure a happy man tonight. Joe Robertson, your reflections on that.
We're going to get someone from 1,000 miles away to report on what's happening.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary victory, and I think it shows that the Conservatives are recovering, and they're recovering in all corners of the country.
No,
but
not listening to you, not listening to some fucking. I'm sick of hearing from Tories. Too many posh people in there. That's the problem. We're just in a swamp of posh. It's very, very posh, right? They all sound bloody inbred to me. Who's this woman? Labour are quietly confident of victory in Makerfield. Okay, so this is the latest from Sky here. Let's turn the sound on. Let's hear what people are saying.
A really risky strategy. He could barely have challenged a more difficult seat. This was the 6th highest
Reform is doing surprisingly well in Scotland.
Country just 6 weeks ago. Half of people here voted for the Reform Party, and we were on just 24%. So the fact that we are even in contention shows what an extraordinary candidate Andy has been, but also that people don't necessarily want Reform. They want Labour, but they want a changed Labour. They want a different
Reform
type
did
of
pretty
politics
shit in Aberdeen, to be fair.
On
They got
offer to the last
2,400
couple of years, and that's what Andy's put on offer to the people of Makerfield, and that's what he's going to take down to Westminster on Monday with him.
Well, this is very much then about step 2. If you think you've won here, as you are suggesting, and won big, step 2 is how you get rid of Keir Starmer. How do you want to get rid of him?
Well, look, I really hope that the Prime Minister considers what we hope will be the result tonight and takes away that result, compares it to the one that was just 6 weeks ago, and considers what's in the best interests of the country and of the party. And I really hope that he will take that time to reflect that it is time to set out the steps for an orderly transition and for his resignation.
How quickly?
Well, that's very much in the hands of the Prime Minister.
Well, I mean, you say that, but
it is. I mean, it is.
Because you could trigger a series of cabinet resignations, for example, or junior ministerial resignations that slowly put the pressure up on him. Is there a plan? Is there a strategy to deliver that?
Nobody wants to see the government collapse in that way. We want to
deliver
keep on serving the people of the country, but I hope the Prime Minister realises from the result tonight, compared with the result just 6 weeks ago, that he cannot take us into another election, and therefore it is right that he starts to set out the timetable and the transition. But the timing for that is absolutely in his hands. What's right, we've got an upcoming NATO summit, an upcoming EU summit, and he will absolutely want to consider those. But I hope that Andy and the Prime Minister can come to an agreement between themselves.
So you're suggesting maybe the start of the summer, that Andy Burnham could be, crowned our Prime Minister? Are you talking you're giving Keir Starmer, what, 6 weeks?
Yeah, again, that is really, we really don't want to prejudice any kind of discussion. I really hope that the Prime Minister and Andy can have that discussion and come to an agreement between themselves. And of course, we still have Wes Streeting, who's seeking nominations, so we could be into just a full contest by next week. And Andy has been clear that should a contest be called, then he will of course join it.
Has a deal been done with Wes Streeting?
No.
Who's in line to be Chancellor?
No offers have been made, as I'm sure you can imagine. Well, I've seen myself touted for it. I think we're going to job share it. I'll be doing Chancellor on Tuesday, so no deals or offers have been made. It would be completely presumptuous before the results of today.
You say that, but actually, if you're talking about a fairly fast turnaround, you need to be up and running, because the criticism against Keir Starmer is that the pace of change has been slow, that things have not felt different for people. So if you're sitting here saying that you haven't even thought about a cabinet, then why should we believe you're ready?
Well, look, it would have been completely presumptuous to be offering positions to people ahead of this crucial by-election, and Andy has rightly been focused on offering that change to people here and fighting really hard for every vote. And if the result is as we think it is tonight, then he has passed a major test, one that, frankly, Keir Starmer and his Labour Party failed just 6 weeks ago.
It's not his first rodeo in terms of standing for leadership. He did it in 2010, he did it in 2015. If he wasn't the right person for the job then, why is he now?
Look, he's been away from Westminster for the last 9 years. He's shown what he can do in Greater Manchester. And it pains me to say this as a Sheffielder, has delivered the fastest growing region in the country, coupled crucially with the largest drop in deprivation. And that is he offers, and his vision for the country is that growth coupled with social justice, which is so important, that we're not just growing the economy, but we're raising living standards and reducing inequality as well. I think his experience
in fact, just fucked. I really hope so, Alan. Really hope so, mate.
And it shaped his vision in that, showing how you can change politics in order to change the country, and clearly the people of Makerfield have responded to that tonight.
So
if Andy wins,
Streeting through the next few days,
Streeting would be very much sad, Ken.
He basks in the glory of this extraordinary and risky win. Over the weekend, he takes calls from cabinet colleagues, does he, to shape what happens next? He'll take a call, or he will call the Prime Minister. Talk us through it.
Well, yes, we're very hopeful that the Prime Minister and he will have a conversation over the coming days. As I say, it's very much in the hands of the Prime Minister of how he wants to play that. There'll be no aggressive challenge. It's in everyone's interest that this is managed and orderly, and Andy won't be doing anything rash or hasty in the aftermath of tonight.
So there will be no challenge. No, what did you said? There's no hasty challenge, immediate challenge.
Yeah.
If Keir Starmer stays put, what do you do then?
Well, look, we'll have to see how events develop over the next few days. I'm really hopeful that the Prime Minister and Andy can come to an agreement between themselves.
SNP.
And as I say, we still have Wes Streeting.
The SNP have held another constituency.
Trigger a race himself.
Or others. Louise Hay, really appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. So no hasty challenge by Andy Burnham. Confidence, though, that he has won the Makerfield by-election.
Oh, hello. Wasn't expecting that. I'm too busy eating pistachio nuts. Why don't you show me the world? Oh my God. It's going to get really hot this weekend, by the way. A plumber taps. Lots of hot drips on tonight. She's either Tory Mole or Nigel Mouthpiece. Streeting wants a top cabinet job. That's his backup plan. Yeah, I think the idea is that Streeting is going to trigger the leadership contest, but then bow out. That's what he's going to do. Yeah, I think this is all pretty much set up now, ready to go. So yeah, just so you can see what's happening in Scotland. I will get you your...
In the general election, they were only narrowly ahead, but they were narrowly ahead of Labour. This time, Labour have been pushed into fourth.
Yeah, that really is interesting because, as you say, bear in mind the general election was only 2 years ago, and yes, the political landscape has changed a lot since then. But at that point, Labour were on 33% of the vote, so really narrowly behind the SNP, who were on 35%. Now, as you say, down in fourth place, and above them you've got Reform UK, and then the Conservatives coming in second in this seat, Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. So that is really interesting. And it's also just worth remembering, exactly as John Curtis was saying, I mean, these are by-elections for the Westminster Parliament, but they come only only really a couple of weeks after the Holyrood elections, where the SNP were really dominant in that. So, you know, if you look at that result, I think it's probably the most expected result of the by-elections that we are getting in during the course of this evening. And it maybe makes Aberdeen South a little bit of an outlier in some ways, where the Conservatives were able to win that in a really significant result with that heavy focus on oil and gas. So I guess the questions really are for the Conservatives, can they translate that big win in Aberdeen South, either through strategy, policy, personality or persuasion, into similarly good results, successful results for them elsewhere. The SNP are going to be pretty happy with that result, though, because as you say, from the general election in 2024, they've really, really substantially increased the majority that Stephen Gethin's had won. He now obviously sits in Holyrood as a minister.
And you can see just how delighted the new MP for Arbroath and Broughton Ferry, Lara Bird, is. And interestingly, fact for you, Arbroath has stuck with the party that it chose at the last general election, but Aberdeen South was the 12th by-election in a row when the seat actually changed hands. So by-elections can quite often produce all sorts of results.
And they don't normally favour the incumbent party, so the SNP perhaps even more chuffed with that result that they've just got.
Yeah, well, Lara Bird looks pretty chuffed. A hug there for Chris Law, who is an SNP MP, who was made famous during the independence referendum for driving around in a big tank. Anyway, the pictures there have come to an end. Let's, though, go up the coast to Aberdeen South and take you away from those shaky, very live pictures. Oh, just as a hug there with Stephen Gethin's, just as we cut away, who is the MP who she replaces. But let's go back to Aberdeen South, and we can speak, I'm pleased to say, to the victorious candidate, Douglas Lumsden. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Less than 5 minutes after you were celebrating on the stage.
No problem.
Why do you think you won?
Well, I think we had a clear, strong message about the oil and gas industry in Aberdeen and the North East. You know, Labour and SNP are trying to demonise that industry, but many people in Aberdeen depend on that industry for their livelihoods. So, you know, we said we've turned this election into a referendum on oil and gas, and we've sent a really strong message to both Labour and the SNP. But they need that industry. We need to back those jobs.
What does that actually mean in concrete terms? Because we were discussing a few minutes ago, you know, it's not so long that the Conservatives legislated to put a net zero target in law, which is something now many people on your side of politics now complain about.
Mm-hmm. Well, Kemi Bidnox came in and she's looked at all the policies. She's got a fresh new look on many things.
It's like a massive U-turn.
Surely it doesn't make sense for us to be importing more oil and gas and actually leaving our own resources in the ground. You know, it simply doesn't make sense. And
it doesn't make sense
thousands of jobs
to me
every month.
To spend all that money to get the oil out the ground in 10 years' time and still have to pay the same amount.
This is a clear signal
that it costs us if we get it from the other side of the planet.
What do you think other Conservatives in other parts of the country could learn from you? Because you had a very clear strategy focusing on one issue which worked in that part of the world. Obviously, you know Aberdeen well, having been a co-leader of the council and having worked in that industry before. But is there something that you think your colleagues around the country who are struggling could learn from what you did?
Yeah, you're right, we had a really clear message during this campaign. It was stop the SNP and also back the oil and gas industry. And, you know, many voters will have seen that. They know as well as we do how important that industry is to the North East and Aberdeen. And they've came and joined us. So, you know, going forward, we think that was the right strategy. Obviously it was, because we gained nearly 50% of the vote. That was unthinkable just a few weeks ago. So it's really pleasing, and I'm sure we'll be looking at how we can replicate that in other parts of the country.
OK, Douglas Lumsden, thank you very much indeed for joining us, fresh from your victory in Aberdeen South. Just briefly, how does it feel to have made history? The Tories haven't taken a seat like that for decades, since the 1960s.
1967, I was told just
Glasgow
before I came on stage. But so it's a brilliant feeling, and just shows you that the Conservatives can win again.
I love the way everyone's fucked off.
Oh, that's it. Well done from Kevin Hollinray, your party chairman, who's been sitting alongside me.
He's in a big empty room. Everyone's gone home. Everyone's like, oh yeah, piss this shit off. But yeah, the SNP not doing well there in Scotland, but then the one elsewhere in Scotland. So I don't know if it matters that much, to be honest with you. But interesting that the Tories really went after Aberdeen because they want to get the They want to get the vote. They want to get the vote for the. Oh, hang on. Oh, do you know what? You go on the BBC and it's a bit different from everywhere else. On the iPlayer, it doesn't necessarily go to the end when you want to go live. You don't go to the end of the timeline. Anyway, let's see what Lewis Goodall's up to, because I sacked him off when he was talking to someone who didn't look like they knew what they were talking about. Let's have a listen.
The vote, SNP vote down, Labour vote substantially down, collapse really, down 19 percentage points. Conservative up 25 percentage points. The Conservative candidate, Douglas Lumsden, will be going to Westminster as the new MP for Aberdeen South, replacing, of course, Stephen Flynn, who is a well-known figure in Westminster, now a minister in the Scottish Government. SNP, better performance, though, in Arbroath and Brockty Ferry. They've managed to hold on to that seat. In fact, their percentage of the vote up a little bit there. New MP will be Lara Bird, who wins that on a pretty lamentable turnout, it has to be said, only 31% in Arbroath. 9,800 votes to the Conservatives, 4,500. Again, Labour collapsed. They came second in that seat in 2024. Labour now only getting 15% of the vote. Their total percentage of the vote down 18 percentage points. So nothing much to be cheerful about for the Labour Party in either of these Scottish results. Let's turn to Gina Davidson, who's our political editor in Scotland. She's in Aberdeen tonight. Gina, mixed fortunes for the SNP. Great result for the Tories in Aberdeen, and in both places, Labour tears.
Good night, Blue Badger.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Labour result in particular is really interesting, Lewis, because just 2 years ago we saw a resurgence of support for them in that general election. We saw them win 37 MPs across Scotland. We saw them come second in this Aberdeen South seat. And Aberdeen, of course, this seat in particular used to be quite a Labour stronghold going way back. I mean, Donald Dewar first won it, some time ago in the 60s, and Anne Begg more recently. But since, I would say, the independence referendum, they've struggled in this seat, and it's flip-flopped between the SNP and the Conservatives at general elections. But as you say, first time in almost 60 years that the Conservatives have won a by-election in a Westminster election. Douglas Lumsden, absolutely cock-a-hoop. He, of course, is an MSP in Holyrood. He will now have to leave that particular position.
Another by-election.
Westminster.
Oh, is he on the list?
Lewis is on the list.
Right.
We will just have him replaced by the next Conservative who was on that particular list. So, it's a win-win for them.
The joys of proportional representation.
Absolutely. But for Labour, a really terrible evening. Have to have a double check on the figures, but they might have lost their deposit here. But there's no surprise. I mean, Anna Sarwar, nowhere near this seat, really, during the campaign. I think he managed to get to Arbroath once. I mean, they just knew they weren't in the races. We saw that at the Scottish Parliament elections just last month. So they really didn't put up much of a fight. The SNP, though, really disappointed, particularly to lose this seat. As you say, Stephen Flynn used to hold it, a big beast for the SNP. He has tried to change the SNP's stance on oil and gas. He obviously saw the writing on the wall. He's tweeted as much this evening. Just last week I was speaking to Fergus Much, who used to be head of comms for the SNP in the Parliament. He's now a strategist for his own agency, saying that people in this constituency felt betrayed by the way the SNP had shifted position on oil and gas, in particular under Nicola Sturgeon's premiership when she was leader of the party and First Minister. And that John Swinney, he said, was likely to pay the price of that equivocation, as he put it. And that appears to be exactly what has happened here this evening. They'll be delighted to have held Arbroath and Brockty Ferry, absolutely, but this is a big loss for them this evening.
I think, just looking at the figures, I think Labour might have just about kept their deposit in Aberdeen, touch and go, about 5% of the vote. Not that will be of much comfort for them with such a desultory result. But I think, Gina, just thinking about the wider political implications of this, it strikes me that, 6 weeks ago we saw English MPs from across the country in absolute, terror and turmoil about what might be happening with them with terms of reform in the council elections. We also obviously saw the Scottish Holyrood elections as well, where Scottish MPs were looking at those results and thinking, my word, what are we going to do here? We were hoping to actually get back into government in Scotland, no hope of that. But these results were kind of reaffirming, really, just how big a hole the Labour Party is in Scotland. We're seeing it mirrored across the rest of the country as well, which is kind of exactly why we're here in terms of the Makerfield by-election, which is that, whether you like Keir Starmer or you don't like him, you can't argue with these results. They're terrible across the country, including in these 2 by-elections in Scotland.
Absolutely. And of course, we saw Anna Sarber come out in February this year ahead of the Scottish Parliament elections to say it was time for Keir Starmer to go. He could see that, people were telling him that they did not like what the Labour government was doing at the UK level. He was trying to put some distance between himself and Keir Starmer. Very difficult for him, given how close they were during that 2024 general election. I mean, they had a real bromance going on every time Keir Starmer came to Scotland, but he attempted to do that. And, I don't think anybody really bought it. And of course, Scottish Labour had their worst election result last month in the history of devolution. They now have the same number of MSPs in Holyrood as the Reform Party, who prior to that just had one, and that was a defection from the Conservatives. Conservatives delighted here that the Reform vote appears to have disappeared.
That shaky cam is just making me feel a bit sick. So, sorry about that, but yeah, I saw your fucking shaky cam. It looks like it's fucking underwater, for Christ's sake. It's kind of annoying. Right, so there's another interview going on Sky News, so I think we can join that live now. So here we go.
The politician like Boris Johnson, who attracts the vote where other Labour politicians can't?
Well, I mean, if we get the result which now we're hearing Labour making increasingly positive noises about, again, it's really important to emphasise just how
facts if you need to get off
on the fundamentals. Every single ward in this seat returned a Reform councillor just a month ago, 50% of the vote. Any other Labour candidate, I think, would be really struggling.
I think it is looking good
because it wasn't a big bar for Reform to clear. They were quite close in the general election.
Burnham, if he doesn't win at this point, I'm going to be very shocked.
Straightforward pickup for the largest opposition party. But Burnham looks like he's bucking that trend. What is that? It's probably a combination of factors again. He's got strong communications talents. He's got deep roots in the area. He's also got a record to run on in terms of being Greater Manchester Mayor. And, of course, the other factor is the guy who's not on the ballot, Keir Starmer. Everybody in this seat knows that this election is not just about Makerfield. It's about potentially changing the person at the very top of government.
Yeah, but it does mean that the election, which looks like it may be forthcoming, for the position of Mayor of Greater Manchester will be a hard fight for Labour. We'll have to wait and see, certainly, about that. In the meantime, let us take you to our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who's in the melee. John.
Anna, thank you. Now let's examine what happens after the declaration of this result. We expect Mr Burnham to be elected MP for Makerfield, probably take his seat in the House of Commons on Monday. But what happens then? What happens in the battle for the Labour leadership? Well, I'm joined by somebody who watches these things very closely. Patrick Maguire, chief political commentator of The Times. You've written a lot about Starmer's battle to try and survive and the whole leadership struggle and, of course, whether Sir Keir can survive against Mr Burnham. How do you think the Prime Minister will respond to a Burnham victory here?
Well, the Prime Minister, John, has a habit of arriving in the reality that everybody else inhabits obstreperously and about a week late. And I suspect, given what I was hearing from allies of the Prime Minister over the course of this week, that might be what he is thinking about doing. And what do I mean by that? I mean putting up a fight. But on the evidence of this evening, it is not a fight he is going to find a big supportive audience for, because Andy Burnham is just about to explode the pretence of the Labour Party here.
You have nevertheless, I think, written about how Sir Keir is amassing a war chest of £100,000, a fighting fund, whatever you like to call it. And obviously he's been talking to lots of MPs this week. He dashed back from Evian to miss the Versailles dinner, I think. Is it is it over for Sir Keir, or does he have a chance of fighting back?
Well, he has the constitutional right to fight back. He's automatically on the ballot as Labour leader if he wants to stand. He certainly doesn't want a contest. He's willing to fight one properly. As you say, on the front page of tomorrow's Times, today's Times now, it's Friday, I have that story about 6 figures in donations he's got pledged. His team are sounding out staff to work on that campaign. Will it ever get off the ground, though? I just think the entire Labour Party, bar about 10 people in the Parliamentary Labour Party, whether they like Andy Burnham or not, whether they really believe in him or not, will see the way he is about to win tonight and think, that's a train I want to be on, even if I'm a little late to the station.
What do you think might happen over the weekend? Ministers being sacked, ministers calling for the PM to go, ministers resigning. What do you think might happen over the weekend?
Well, I suspect the one thing Team Burnham, the people I've been speaking to tonight, don't want to happen, which is a messy tit-for-tat escalation, will happen. Not because of any of the Burnham confidants and spinners and allies who are here, because there's going to be a lot of pumped-up people in the Labour Party tomorrow who want a fight, who want this to be over on both sides.
Sexy.
And the risk of escalation when people are tired, when people are pumped up, is always high. And I suspect someone's going to
tired and pumped up,
and we're going to get a retaliatory strike from somebody.
Do you think there'll be other candidates, West Streeting or Al-Khans, or
his
have
trip
they not
to
got
Switzerland?
No,
oh, for fuck's sake.
Look, that's the short answer. West Streeting's best hope now is to row in behind Andy Burnham. There is not going to be an extended leadership contest if Keir Starmer doesn't dig his heels in. And if he does dig his heels in, I think it's going to be a disastrous summer for the Labour Party and a very, very humiliating end in public life to Keir Starmer.
He can control the timetable, though, can't he? He's still got the Labour Party National Executive. And yesterday, I think there was allies of Mr. Burnham were talking about hurdles being put in his way, like, for example, nothing to happen until after the by-election for the Mayor of Greater Manchester. He'll want to stay probably for the important summits that are coming up in July. Can he hold on for a few more weeks, or is it over very, very quickly?
Well, look, if he plays this with a degree of humility and uncharacteristically doesn't make this about how difficult it is to be Keir Starmer, there is a chance, I think, speaking to people, of a dignified and orderly exit. The only person who's proposing that not to be the case is Keir Starmer. But, you know, we've got to be honest and blunt here. Keir Starmer is over, right? Keir Starmer is, you know, all of this stuff about, oh, you know, will there be other challenges? You know, what will the Parliamentary Labour Party think? The Parliamentary Labour Party is about to witness Andy Burnham beating reform comfortably. That's something the Labour Party has forgotten how to do, has never done under Keir Starmer. I mean, that's just it for Keir Starmer. He is not going to win a leadership election. It is over.
Any chance of Sir Keir staying on as Foreign Secretary?
No, is the short answer, John. And if you ask Louise Haig or anyone here, I think I'll tell you the same thing.
So he's finished, and Mr. Burnham, well, he probably walk across the Thames to take the Labour crown. You think it's you seem to think it's absolutely inevitable. There's no other outcome.
I mean, that is what's. Andy Burnham will be Prime Minister. Don't ask me the date, but by the end of this calendar year, Andy Burnham will be Prime Minister.
Do you think he'll be good at it? I mean, there's all these problems mounting up, aren't there? We've just seen the Tories win an election in Aberdeen because voters don't like Labour's energy policy. There's all sorts of other problems piling up, defence spending, all the other issues. How do you think Mr. Burnham is going to tackle those?
Well, that is the question. Now, you've asked a very good question, John. An imponderable, an unanswerable question. Look, he has proven that you can still unite a coalition of voters around the Labour Party. He will never be as popular and strong as he is now. And he will need to tackle those difficult questions and get used to a level of scrutiny and, bluntly, unpopularity that he has not been used to for a decade. I don't think that's impossible. He's shown he can withstand the spotlight over this past 10 years. But you're right. The policy trade-offs and the difficult questions that have bedeviled Keir Starmer, that Keir Starmer has proven incapable of dealing with, the big political trade-offs, are not going away. And we're about to find out whether Andy Burnham can negotiate them with a smile and a flutter of the eyelashes and a woolly back accent, but with more political nous. That's the big question.
Woolly back. For Chancellor of the Exchequer, Home Secretary, the big jobs.
Woolly back MP.
That's a very good question.
PM.
I think Shabana Mahmood wants to stay at the Home Office. I suspect the Chancellor, if it's not Ed Miliband, will be... who knows?
But Ed Miliband came up here today. He was on the 12:30 train from Euston.
Yeah, he was. He was. Look, if it's not Ed Miliband, I suspect it'll be someone like Yvette Cooper.
I see. So who becomes Foreign Secretary then?
Who becomes Foreign Secretary? Oh, John, you're really keeping me on my toes. Certainly not Keir Starmer, Dan Jarvis, Ed Miliband. The possibilities are endless.
OK. I'm going to have to leave it there because we think Mr Burnham's about to arrive. Back to you, Anna.
To doorstep him.
Oh.
John Craig, thank you very much indeed. So Andy Burnham walking into the Makerfield by-election count here in Wigan alongside Louise Haigh, who I was just been speaking to. We heard Patrick Maguire there talking about the timing, how long they will give Keir Starmer. Well, certainly Louise Haigh said to me that there are summits coming up which Keir Starmer would obviously want to think about. One is the EU-UK Reset Summit, that's the 22nd of July. The other one is the NATO Summit, the 7th, 8th of July. The indication, therefore, that I got from her was that they would give Keir Starmer those summits to get through. There will be no hasty challenge. The hugs are there. They know they've won. Louise Haigh suggesting to me that they have won well here. And by that she means reform plus restore. The great debate, of course, whether restore had ruined reform's vote here. It looks like not. It means that Andy Burnham has gone against the tide. Makerfield, of course, all of the wards here in the local elections back in May went strongly for reform.
Might be getting a new Prime Minister,
who knows
ladies and gents.
The path is not just Makerfield. He knows the path is Downing Street. He's been wanting to challenge for some time. We know he was stopped from doing so in Gorton.
Finally, my vote for Andy Burnham back in 2015 has come true.
Let's bring you in, our deputy political editor. There is so much now to play for this man who's made it clear that the keys to number 10 is where he wants to go.
And you can see Andy Burnham entering the hall with the key people now around him, faces that are going to become incredibly important. Louise Haigh, Annalise Midgley, you saw his own team who are there too. There he goes into the main counting hall where you can see people applauding him. This is a huge moment for Andy Burnham. For 16 years, he has been attempting to make it to the top of the Labour Party. In the next few minutes, I think we're going to see a huge leap forward in that ambition, because the man who is being applauded right now is on the cusp of a decisive
I think they know he's won. It looks like he's won. Like he's got it.
John Craig was just shouting a question to Andy Burnham. A huge round of applause for him as he arrived in the hall. He is now walking towards the front. Certainly it feels like counting has concluded here. We are anticipating the result of the Makerfield by-election imminently. But a massive response then for Andy Burnham, a man who was given a difficult seat to fight, a risky seat handed to him by Josh Simons, who got into some difficulty over his relations with Labour together. But Andy Burnham then amongst those candidates, 14 of them in total. But this is all about one man now. It looks like he's won the Makerfield by-election. There are smiles, there are selfies, there are cheers, and certainly Andy Burnham is one step away from Downing Street. Sam.
Right, I think you now are going to see things move pretty fast over the next few days. Once we have the result, then there will be a battle of interpretation. I think people around Andy Burnham are likely to say that the scale of the victory matters enormously, because he will have proved that he can take on reform. For much of the 2 years that Keir Starmer's been inside number 10, Reform have been polling top. They have been winning by-elections. Nigel Farage has been on the march, something that has scared many in Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer's own party. But now, the argument of people around Andy Burnham has been that he is the only one that can halt that tide. And tonight is a moment, this morning is a moment where he can prove that that is the case. Just 6 weeks ago in the local elections, every single ward in this constituency just south of Wigan went reform. But tonight, if the seat goes in the way that we're expecting, then you will see Labour take back control of Makerfield and Andy Burnham elected as the MP. MP of a seat, it has to be said, Anna, that was part of his old Lee constituency before he stood down in 2017. So he can credibly claim to know this area. Andy Burnham there standing with Sally Jameson, who's an MP that he is who's a key part of the leadership and the by-election team. So very much surrounded by allies. Allies who I would expect to do well if Andy Burnham makes it into government. And key figure there, Louise Haigh, just by his side, who you were talking to just before 2 o'clock, Anna. We don't quite know what an Andy Burnham premiership would look like, but we do know his ability in this seat to deliver votes for the Labour Party. Thousands of people turned out. And Labour activists turned out. I was told by one of them a couple of hours ago, you couldn't move on the streets for Labour activists and signs and the effort that went in, because everybody who went there knows
Nigel's gone to find a shovel and a cash counting machine.
And a high chance that Andy Burnham then goes on to be Prime Minister. You heard from Patrick Maguire, one of the outstanding journalists of this Labour government.
Kenyan has been sent back to Kenya.
Is all but done for.
Deported him to Kenya.
It will take a few days for reality to
Your name's
sink
Kenyan,
in.
isn't it?
Over the next few days, I think there'll be a conversation which the Labour Party will try and have in private, but will inevitably spill out as figures try and put pressure on Keir Starmer to, they would see it, do the right thing. You can see Andy Burnham there opposite Lisa Nandy, somebody else he's been very close to for the last 15 years in British politics. You can hear when you talk to Andy Burnham's closest aides and allies that what they want to happen is Keir Starmer simply to conclude that he cannot go on of himself, that he doesn't have the support of his party, and they want him to stand down. And if you look at somebody like Lisa Nandy, who's just on the left of your screen, who is having a conversation with Andy Burnham at the moment, just imagine where we're going to be in about 4 days' time. On Tuesday morning, Lisa Nandy, who is as close as they come to Andy Burnham, that's, by the way, it's Annalise Midgley, another campaign organiser, handing Andy Burnham a coffee. Josh Simons, who stood down as the MP for Makerfield in the white shirt just behind him. All these people absolutely integral to the effort that Andy Burnham has mounted in Makerfield. But take Lisa Nandy, who you can see just in the bottom of your in your shot, standing next to Annalise Midgley. She's got to sit around the cabinet table with Keir Starmer on Tuesday morning. What does she say to Keir Starmer if he asks, "Are you loyal? Will you be with me?" She is clearly on the side of his nemesis. That is what Andy Burnham is now, the nemesis of Keir Starmer.
Fucking hell,
does
keep
she
your
then
tits on.
stay in the cabinet?
Clearly on the side of the nemesis.
The nemesis. To happen. Can Keir Starmer afford to lose Lisa Nandy, to lose Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, who's another Andy Burnham supporter, to lose others like Ed Miliband, who is another Andy Burnham supporter, from his cabinet in order to begin a fight back, in order to try and save his premiership with the alleged hundreds of thousands that donors have apparently pledged. Keir Starmer would start from such a difficult position. That's why I think the key thing to, later this afternoon and over the weekend will be to watch Labour MPs quietly start to put pressure on Keir Starmer to go. Frankly, some will be doing so noisily because the man you can see with a smile on his face just to the right of your screen, Andy Burnham, is now poised to win this by-election and then from there head to Downing Street.
She'll say, I'm in a committed relationship, you
keep those pictures
perv.
going, Sam, but let me now bring in Preet Kaur Gill, MP, Health Minister.
Will the plumber started turning up for local
I have you down as a Starmer loyalist. This must be, bittersweet
Not attended
for
one
you,
meeting so far.
What looks like a Burnham win?
Well, this is absolutely fantastic. We haven't seen the final result being announced as yet, but I'm delighted. I was in Makerfield today.
Up the toffees, down with the toffee noses.
And ministers to go up. This is wonderful to see all of the Labour Party coming together. And there was a great atmosphere there today.
I'm a toffee nose.
Absolutely. Huge cheer for Andy Burnham as he walked into the room. But, you know, we know Makerfield is not the destination for him. His ambition is Downing Street. I mean, now, you know, given what looks like a good win here, do you think Keir Starmer should go?
Keir Starmer is the Prime Minister, and we have a Labour government. He's got a mandate to deliver. He is 2 years into his government. He's got 3 more years. All of our attention has now got to be on the mayoral election. Of course, nobody wants to see Reform win that. I know Andy cares about that. And honestly, that has really got to be our focus.
But ultimately, is Starmer finished?
Keir Starmer's made it very clear. He takes his responsibility very seriously. I support Keir Starmer. I'm part of his government. I have a very serious brief in terms of health and patient safety. The British public would be expecting us to be delivering, rightly so. That's exactly why they elected us, and we have already
that was
done
more
so much
delivering,
in terms of turning the country round. And those results of the decisions that we took very early on are starting to show some of those results. The economy is growing, the NHS waiting lists are coming down, net migration is down 82%, we're lifting hundreds of thousands more children out of poverty. Of course, all of this is done whilst we've got a challenging global situation which is impacting our economy, but of course our security too. And Keir Starmer has not shied away from dealing with all of these very difficult issues. People will start feeling change. Of course, it does take time. As I say, our ambition is bigger than just fixing what was broken.
I mean, it feels like Labour's going to genuinely divide itself over this. Those who support Keir Starmer, as you do, I know he's had junior ministers around the table, around the cabinet table, actually, at Downing Street, discussing with them why he should stay for the stability of this country. And yet there are those, of course, who've already asked for him to go after the May elections. You know, around 100 MPs, you know, said it was time for him to step aside, that it's not working. The British people have lost patience with him. You know, how divisive will this be, do you think, in the days to come, if Keir Starmer decides through his own bloody-mindedness, his own resilience, his own doggedness, his own belief in the undemocratic nature of a challenge, that he decides to fight on?
I've been an MP for 8 years, and I've seen what the Conservatives went through with change of leader. It just creates instability. You know, that's not what businesses want. Nobody wants that level of short-termism. We've got to make sure that we have a government that is stable, that can help grow the economy, that is serious, that is delivering, especially in terms of cost of living, as I say. Security, you know, the crisis in the Middle East, the impact that has had on our economy has been absolutely huge. Now is not the time to talk about contests and leadership challenges. Now is the time to think about how do we come together to make sure that we are going to win the Greater Manchester mayoral election.
How many are you of there? How many of you are there who will continue to back Keir Starmer? I mean, if it becomes a contest, 81 MPs obviously is what challengers need. Many people suggest, for example, West Streeting doesn't have it. You know, how much support has Keir Starmer still got?
Keir Starmer has got huge amounts of support in the Parliamentary Labour Party. As I say, we finally have a Labour government who are 2 years into a 5-year term. And I appreciate, you know, we haven't got it all right. But actually, there is a lot that all the decisions that we've taken, as I said, I've already stipulated. Our ambition has always been that, you know, it's not just about fixing the country. We want a country, you know, where hard work is rewarded. Of course, families feel that they're secure, that, you know, especially for their children having the opportunities. These are the kind of things that we've got to deliver. We've got 3 more years to do that. And there's huge amounts of support in terms of wanting Keir Starmer to deliver. Certainly the British public want us to deliver. And that's got to be our primary focus.
Going to run out my deliver button here, love.
So what happens over the weekend if we get any ministerial resignations, for example? The suggestion was this week that the Burnham campaign team have asked cabinet ministers not to resign so that the government is not thrown into chaos should this take weeks. But if there are resignations and the pressure still begins to drip, the authority drips away from Keir Starmer, you know, eventually he will have to realise that he cannot keep his job. Why do you believe that moment won't come?
Well, look, there's a lot of speculation about what will come and what will happen next. And, you know, I think sometimes I hear on the doors, people are really fed up with us just sort of speculating and having engagement in the Westminster gossip. They just want us to get on and deliver and stop being inward-looking and outward-facing, talking to the British public. People want us to do better in our communication. There are lots of really positive things that we are doing. Somehow we just seem to just think, actually, it's not a bigger deal. It is a bigger deal when you've got free breakfast clubs. It is a big deal when you've got free nursery provision.
Helping working families with £8,000
for nursery costs.
I don't think he'll really know what's going on. He's a bit dim.
The government has been making lots of, delivering so much. Do not feel at the moment because of
so much in the delivering,
as I say. And I think all this kind of speculation about what comes next.
She's a midwife or maybe a postal worker.
We are,
never know someone to deliver so much stuff.
Points, reform are behind reform. Governments can come back from this. I think, look, we've seen Keir Starmer being very tough and very clear that he's not going to walk away from the country. He takes his responsibility of service very, very seriously. So I'm not going to get into what comes next. Actually, I'm focused on delivering in my brief for my constituents because that's exactly what they expect from me.
Quietly confident Labour.
Well, let's bring in Sam Coates, if you don't mind. He wants to ask you a question as well, our deputy political editor.
Answer me these questions
at the screen, you can see Lisa Nandy. She is quite clearly on Team Burnham. She is quite clearly not on the side of Keir Starmer. If you want Keir Starmer to stay, if you want Keir Starmer to assert his authority, should Keir Starmer sack the person that we're looking at in the middle of the screen for absolute, obvious, abject disloyalty?
Keir Starmer expected all of his cabinet and his ministers and his backbenchers to get out there and support what is a brilliant candidate in Andy Burnham. The whole Labour Party have been out there. We, of course, want to win in Makerfield. This has been so important. I mean, this has shown the divisive politics of reform and the idea that, to see one of my colleagues standing there and to take that as being her taking a firm position. She's doing exactly what anyone would expect her to do as the neighbouring MP, is to be there and be supportive. As I say, Andy is a fantastic candidate and we'll wait for the results. But this is huge. This is huge for the Labour Party because this is showing that actually we can win back those
your money or your life.
That switch their votes. And people do not want to see a reform government, and there would have been some tactical voting there too.
Oh, I saw your name as well on the campaigning board in Makerfield in Big Black Pen. But aren't you in danger of just doing hear no evil, see no evil here? It's almost denying that there is a plot against Keir Starmer that we frankly all know is true and all know is real. So I repeat, Ed Miliband, Shabana Mahmood, Lisa Nandy, they are people that think Keir Starmer should be replaced by the man you can see in the middle of your screen, Andy Burnham. Shouldn't he just get rid of him from his cabinet?
To be honest, Sam, what I would say is it hasn't just been weeks of speculation. It's been months and months of speculation and trying to bring down this government and trying to constantly, pick at what Keir Starmer is doing or not doing. And to be honest, many of us just want to get on and deliver. We finally have a Labour government that spent 8 years in opposition, waiting to be able to deliver for the British public. We inherited 14 years of austerity. We were never going to turn that over immediately. We've made decisions that are now starting to see that we are turning the country around, as I stated. It is, the fact that inflation has stayed stable, the economy is growing. These are all things that really matter. The decisions that we are taking matter to the British public. I go out door knocking and I speak to people and they are just fed up. They saw it during the Conservative years. And they don't think that changing prime ministers is the answer. What they say is get on and be serious and actually deliver.
I think they do.
That you are delivering. As I say, Keir Starmer has inherited not just the domestic difficulties, but he in a time when the geopolitics of the world, with the war in Ukraine, the war in the Middle East, how that impacted food prices, how it impacted cost of living here. These are all very serious things. We want a serious government because these are very serious times.
We're not actually live.
Well, Preet, your health minister, you've already lost your boss, the health secretary, Wes Streeting. The defence secretary has also resigned. The armed forces minister has resigned. It is already disintegrating, whatever you say. You know, are you genuinely of the belief that Keir Starmer will still be in power come Christmas, come conference season, for example? Because that is not how other people are viewing this.
I'm genuinely of the belief that we've got to have collective responsibility. I am a Labour MP, and I absolutely take the collective responsibility bit. Now, you know, what happens next is for all of, you know, we'll have to wait and see, as I say. And the colleagues that you say left had to, you know, left because of their own positions, and they made that clear. But there is a sense of collective responsibility. The focus on Keir Starmer seems to somehow suggest that the cabinet don't have any responsibility, or they shouldn't have been raising concerns. I'm not saying that we've got everything right. Of course, we've got to listen and and learn from those mistakes and take the Parliamentary Labour Party.
And you're going to deliver
there are
anything?
decisions that tough decisions you
have
to take, because if you say you pay for one thing, then you have to cut for something else. And, you know, the Chancellor has been very, very clear about the fiscal rules and maintaining that, because stability matters, economic growth matters, investment matters, creating jobs matters. All of these things are very serious things. It's not just a case of change the leader and you fix the problems. Actually, let's focus on what we inherited. And people don't ever want to keep talking about that, because they say you're 2 years on, and rightfully so. And as I said, our ambition is bigger than just fixing what was broken.
Health Minister.
Is she still talking? MP, someone just said, someone just got picked up on a hot mic saying, is she still talking? I heard
Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Well, through the morning, we've been joined by the Labour peer, Baroness Thangham Debonair, and I'm pleased to say now Reform's Director of Local Government, Councillor Jamie McIver, has joined us too. Welcome to both of you. Well, Jamie, let's start with you. Is it a case of that Labour had the right candidate and you had the wrong one?
I think it's a case that this was a two-horse race.
What the fuck?
The outcome of the
what the fuck is
yet.
that?
Very conscious of that?
What the fuck is that?
What I would say is that our candidate
what
was
is
a brilliant
that?
candidate. He was a man that represented this constituency.
What
he
is that?
A career politician.
What is it?
Mate to resign. I don't know
what is
it was on this occasion.
What is going on? What is even happening here?
£250,000 by-election expense of the taxpayer.
What is this?
Throw a constituency into
What's
a
going on?
by-election that actually was quite unnecessary, because they was elected a member of Parliament to serve. But the problem is the Parliamentary Labour Party can't stand the leader of the party. The country can't stand the Prime
my name's
Minister.
Jamie.
And with all the new fresh intake talent, they can't find somebody to potentially
look at me, I'm
Jamie.
Outsource it to Labour's most popular politician is kind of the argument, isn't it? And possibly the person who could take reform on come the next election, even if it's in 3 years' time.
A man that could have been a member of Parliament in 2024, he chose to run as mayor.
Okay, well, he chose to continue to support the people of the Greater Manchester area, having been MP
oh my God.
Since 2001 in neighbouring Lee,
he's a man of the people.
Until becoming mayor.
He's a man of the people.
With people in Lee, actually.
Have you? Okay.
Yeah, actually.
Well, we'll save that for another time. Thangham, you've got a smile on your face, so has Andy Burnham. What do you make of what looks like the result here?
All Labour wins are good, as far as I'm concerned. I have served many different Labour leaders. I am proud to have served Keir Starmer into the general election. I am really pleased that we've won this seat. What happens next? Happens next. I mean, we haven't had the result declared.
We're close.
People
I'm
clearly
told.
feel that there's a lot of smiling. I'm always pleased at a Labour win. Andy has got that rare combination of both having skills in politics, track record in politics, and being deeply rooted, deeply local, and absolutely passionate about the area that he lives in.
So after the May election, when around 100 Labour MPs asked Keir Starmer and said to him, it's time to give a timetable, time to make your way out, you suggested that you still supported him then, but you wanted him to change.
I did.
You think he has not changed. Do you now think it's time for him to go?
I'm not going to call a timetable, because I think that somebody who took the Labour Party from where we were in 2019, turned it around and made us electable, and has done stunningly great things on the world stage, has brought the Labour Party into government, has changed so much. I want him. Clearly, we suffered an absolute battering in many elections in May. We also actually made some gains and held some councils, but we really took a battering. A lot of it was named about here. I obviously
suspended last year. the Conservatives.
If that's what happens.
Amid claims he sent an unsolicited picture of his private parts.
The Labour government can next proceed, because we need a Labour government to
Well, there you
carry on
go.
governing. That's my primary concern. I will
Delivering.
say whichever Labour government it is, but I want it to carry on governing and actually be able to concentrate on that.
Reform has had momentum, there's no doubt about it. Does that hold that momentum? Does it prove to Labour that they have a candidate that can take the fight to reform on the doorsteps and they can beat you?
Well, I think, first of all, Reform has got amazing momentum.
I'm annoying, Ely.
Momentum. I saw that
I'm annoying.
During this election campaign.
Sorry.
But look, I think what
you got this
actually
guy
is actually
talking
more of a
with plastic
interest for
hair,
people following politics
and
is
he
how is
sends
it that
pictures
His
of his
loyal
cock
opposition has
to
essentially
people
failed
without
to
them
hold their
asking,
deposit in this
and I'm the
by-election. They are
annoying
meant to
one.
oppose the government, and
Jesus.
they've failed in that
You don't
duty.
pay me
Actually,
enough.
what I think is quite strange as well for your party is that the party leader didn't come to the constituency. You'd think they'd want to defend their great record in government, but actually, well, it hasn't been a 1 month summit. But what I think is very embarrassing for the Labour Party is Burnham didn't have almost
it's embarrassing
any
as
Labour
accidentally
logo
texting
on
a picture of
his-
your knob.
This is very much a
Like
presidential
Ian
election,
Botham.
as far as I could see.
Oh no, he
And it's
tweeted a
bit
picture of his
embarrassing for the
cock,
Labour
didn't he?
Party that the
Ian
candidate couldn't even
Botham.
bring themselves.
That's why they
to
made
put
him
the
a nice
logo
little
on their
realm.
One sentence,
leaflets.
because I'm going to John Craig right at the
I
front.
don't
Where
see any
it's
sign
imminent.
that Andy Burnham is embarrassed about being the Labour Party, and he's proud of being a Labour mayor.
Then why
now
didn't he
hopefully
put the
a
Labour
Labour
Party
MP.
on his
I saw
leaflets?
Labour signs. I think it's really,
That is not true.
Nothing.
That is
It
not
doesn't
true.
matter.
That is not
Jamie
true.
Fangham,
He's about to
I'm
win.
not going to have another row with the Reform and Labour right here. But let's take you straight to the front then, if I can put it that way. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is there. We're at the point of the evening, John, where they're already dismantling everything around us, I have to say. But Andy Burnham is waiting there. He's waiting alongside the candidates too. I can see the phones are out, the cameras are ready for what could be a seismic day. Beth Rigby started our programme at 10 o'clock saying, this is one for the history books.
Well, this looks as though the declaration is imminent. We've not had an announcement from the returning officer. She's been a bit lax, actually, in keeping us informed about what's going on. Normally,
You don't know who Count Binface is. Shut the fuck
Some
up.
obviously are more verbose than others. But this
I don't
one
know what's
seems quite
going on.
We've moved to the front.
I've just come here from Mars.
You can see the stage
Hello.
here. It's like a big concert hall, this room, actually. And we already had a cheer when Andy Burnham entered the back of the hall. And he spent quite a long time chatting to his supporters. We saw him talking with Lisa Nandy. She's the MP for Wigan and, of course, a great ally and friend of
just been talking
Andy
about
Burnham,
this.
who used to be the MP for Leeds.
He said this guy's
All
just
the
dropped in
signs
from
are
Mars,
that he's
hasn't he?
won a
I don't
pretty
know what's
good
going on.
majority here.
Keep talking.
All the signs are that the Reform candidate has probably fallen quite short. We
Do you know
don't
where the
know
camera
yet
is?
how many results Reform
Are you going to look at the
Britain,
camera?
how many votes Reform Britain,
Where are you looking?
Rupert Lowe's party have picked up.
Look at the camera.
But, it's
Look
looking
at the
like a very
camera.
good night
Look, I'm looking at the
for,
camera.
Andy
There you go.
Burnham.
Hey, I found it.
You may or
Brilliant.
may
Well
not
done.
have heard
I think
me,
he's drunk.
shout at
Is
him
he
when he
drunk?
came in the room. Next stop, Downing Street, Mr. Burnham. He didn't respond to that, sadly, but that's what it looks like. You heard my interview with Patrick Maguire of The Times a short time ago, who was quite brutal in his analysis when I asked him about Keir Starmer's chances of survival. Nil, I think, is a summary of what Patrick Maguire was saying.
Just on the quick
But we are about to get a declaration.
Right.
We don't think Mr. Burnham is going to give interviews, but he obviously will make a victory speech here. Be interesting to see. I mean, he made his last speech during the campaign.
Come on.
Get
on with
I
it.
think it was talking about change. Talking about reducing people's water bills, energy bills and so on, helping with the cost of living. But of course, he is, as I was discussing with Patrick Maguire, going to be confronted with all
face with Darth Vader.
Problems.
That's fair, you know.
Over some of the recent crimes
Lord
that have
Buckethead
taken
was
place and
a parody of Darth Vader.
Defence spending and so on. And of course, relations with
they got him out for the
Trump,
2019 election, and the Boris Johnson
the support for Ukraine,
sycophancy was disgraceful.
Issues, which suddenly a
Prime
like Minister gets thrust upon them. I mean,
what's his name? Does anyone know who this guy is?
Gordon Brown succeeded Tony Blair. Gordon Brown found there's a world of a difference between being Chancellor of the Exchequer and Prime Minister, because you've got so many problems to cope with. But Mr. Burnham, of course, hasn't been a cabinet minister since 2010. He was on the front bench as Shadow Home Secretary was his last post in Parliament. And one of his junior team, actually, then, was Sir Keir Starmer, who got elected in 2015. Mr. Burnham's been Mayor of Greater Manchester since 2017, I think it was. And so we understand, though, he has built quite a team around him. There's been a suggestion that he's hired the former boss of the OBR, who quit. That's the Office of Budget Responsibility, who had to quit over a security lapse. He's hired Bank of England officials like Andy Haldane, I think, is one, and Richard Hughes from the OBR. And so he will have been obviously assembling a team to advise him. And of course he has got, as Sam Coates has been discussing, his loyal supporters amongst members of Parliament and indeed some senior cabinet ministers. We've seen Louise Haigh here this evening with Mr. Burnham. She, of course, was in the cabinet, quit over...
He's a total Tory twat, John Craig or crap
theft,
or something.
As I recall. She has been on the back benches since then. Lisa Nandy is still very much in the cabinet, Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport.
That's him. Chief
Sam
political
was saying,
correspondent.
what will the Prime Minister say to her on Tuesday at the cabinet meeting, if she's still in the cabinet then? We saw Ed Miliband up here today, talked of as a potential Chancellor. There was a story in yesterday's Daily Mail talking about him being on resignation watch and possibly going to launch a cabinet coup against Sir Keir Starmer. So we are in for some days of real drama over the next few days. The Prime Minister, in his interview with Beth Rigby in Evian during the week at the summit, and here, in fact, here's the returning officer.
Please can the candidates and agents
Here we go.
step aside here so we can go
Let's
through
do it.
the adjudication of doubtful ballot papers. Thank you.
Let's go. Coming live. This is it. There's Lord Buckethead. I mean, campaign face.
We really much are in the final stage.
Whatever he's calling himself these days.
This is the bit I always call VAR when we get close to the...
LBC's gone to adverts. LBC has gone to adverts, I shit you not.
So we're very close. And so I was talking about the challenges
Burnham has called for no
facing,
resignations.
Mr. Burnham, if and when he does become Prime
I was just
Minister.
looking up this John
There's no
Craig
doubt
fella
there's one here.
On Sky, and I can't find out what school he went to.
How big
He
a
went to the
margin
University of
he's won by,
Southampton.
How big his mandate is.
Ooh, hey!
It's a pretty comfortable victory.
I had a pretty big mandate once.
Will claim that shows that he is the man capable of defeating reform.
Oh, that was fun.
This was an area of the country where reform did really well.
I think I've lost my signal on my phone. That's why it's.
After this, of course, all the speculation about Sir Keir's future really moves into overdrive. And the question is, when will Mr. Burnham make his move? The PM, what I was saying was, in his interview with Beth Rigby in Evian, the PM said he would speak to Mr. Burnham after the weekend. Well, it may, of course, they may have a phone call before then.
Go on, Andy, son.
But it'll be Monday when Mr. Burnham takes his seat in the House of Commons, and that'll be quite something. There'll be cheers on the Labour benches and no doubt jeers on the opposition benches.
You know, they get told
course,
what the results
there's
are.
a couple of new Scottish MPs.
They get told what the results are, so
on Monday as well.
Before the actual announcement.
Yes, absolutely.
This is the moment that Liz Truss disappeared off to another room and wouldn't come out for the close when she lost.
Makerfield now.
When she lost in South
moment as John put it is underway. Let's just bring in Sam. Sam, what are we looking for in terms of numbers and scale of win?
Well, all evening and in the early hours of this morning.
Is anyone else? Hi everyone. Is anyone else nervous?
Look at the numbers. When they come, the numbers will make the case for
I
Andy
think
Burnham to be Prime Minister.
If this was going to be a shock, they'll be talking about how close it was and stuff like that. They're not saying that.
At the last general election, so that's
quietly
when Josh
confident
Simon
to the words they're using.
He won 45% of the vote. Now, I think there is an expectation that Andy Burnham does quite well.
It might be Kenyan with his back to us. I don't know.
That in the local elections in Makerfield, Labour got just
John attended the King's School,
27%.
Makerfield Independent.
So I think what Andy Burnham's campaign will do will say, look, it's not about how many votes.
Obviously promoted way above his abilities.
It's about how many votes
but not
he's won
his station.
Compared
They're all
to just a
obsessed
few
with
weeks
stations
ago
in this country.
Greater Manchester went to the polls, and
I'm
Labour
hearing
got
over
just
50% of the votes.
Now, there were some Labour MPs this morning suggesting that, Andy Burnham's vote could tip the 50% of the
they just said that. They just said that, Hannah.
In which case, they might be able to say the personal brand of Andy Burnham has really doubled the Labour vote.
Can't argue with that.
I've been hearing about Labour activists campaigning in Makerfield, and the word Labour, Anna, doesn't get used. It's all Burnham, Burnham, Burnham. This is a by-election where Labour are fighting just under the brand of the person who's almost certain to be won and who you can see in the middle of your shot. So when we're listening for the votes, see how close or whether over Andy Burnham gets to that 50% mark. 45% was what they got at the last general election, but just a quarter of the votes in the local elections when Brand Burnham wasn't evident
off.
at all.
Lol.
That is what to look for.
Yes, one angry pagan.
In terms of reform, at the last general election, they got about 32% of the vote. But in the local elections, they got 50% of the vote in Makerfield. Reform UK did. So does Reform at this election get anything like that? If, as we're expected, Reform UK lose, then clearly that percentage.
I was going to go and make myself another coffee, and then it was like, oh no, they're going to do the vote and do the
how much
announcement, whatever,
is gobbled up, as it were. The vote on the right is gobbled up by Restore Britain, the Rupert Lowe party. John Craig was talking to Rupert Lowe earlier, because there is just now evidence that vote to the right
Andy from Burma.
And we really expect the Tories to do very badly in this election.
Lord Chatty, my partner's deaf, so
but the vote on the right is further split, and we're
she always has the words
coming
up on the screen.
This by-election with Restore and Reform
live
UK,
transcribe and stuff,
duking it out for the same kind of pool of.
This afternoon when we were at the school thing, she had her phone on her knee so she could follow what was being said on the stage, and she kept nudging me so I could look over, and there were really, really inappropriate things coming up on her screen. Really inappropriate. You Google auto-transcribe. I don't know.
Labour votes and propel the party to victory. That he is able
propel
to
it to victory.
The seats of Labour MPs all around the
Do you know what they need? They need to deliver.
405 Labour MPs.
Isn't it a shame that says 8-7 and not 6-7?
So many of them think that they're facing ejection at the next election if the polls
Dan
turn
Hodges,
out to be as
Farage
they are
binned off the count
today.
only a few hours
Andy
in.
Burnham could prove in the next few minutes that he has something, a sort of magical.
That's so inconsiderate not to wait for you to make coffee first. Yes, Sarah, it is inconsiderate.
Really take on reform in the way that
I've never
Keir Starmer has struggled initially.
He said it'll be 4 o'clock.
By trying to challenge Reform UK on the kind of areas where they were campaigning, like migration.
I always have
after
subtitles available
last
on my
year, sort of running in the other direction and opposing Reform UK.
Can deliver some funny content.
He sort of flip-flopped in his approach. Andy Burnham wants to be able to present himself as somebody who can prove in the results that we're about to hear in the next few minutes that he has the ingredients to take on reform. Now, through this campaign, it's been fascinating listening to Andy Burnham. At one point, he basically said, he used the words that he thought reform were right. And he agreed with Nigel Farage on some elements of what's been happening with immigration and the housing of asylum seekers in some council areas against the will of local people. Andy Burnham not afraid to suggest that Reform UK have got some things in politics right. In Labour circles, that's quite controversial. But I think just a sense that there is somebody at the top with the confidence of how to deal with the question of what we should do with reform will be almost enough for many Labour MPs who have felt slightly all at sea with this question of how to deal with Nigel Farage, and have felt that Downing Street, more importantly, has been all at sea. And the man in the middle of your screen, minutes away, we think, from returning to Parliament, having left Parliament in 2017, having sat out the second half of the Corbyn years.
Sorry, I'm just going to turn down the volume because they're not really saying anything much. The Odeon, right, in Gateshead at the Metro Centre, they have subtitle glasses now. So you can go watch any film and you get the subtitle glasses to go with it, and the subtitles come up in your eyesight.
for him to get in. As you were
back to the droning, man.
The Times saying
continue droning, man.
Keir Starmer's essentially
where's 30p, Lee?
That's not the line from Downing Street. They claim they've got money, supporters, and most importantly, the spirit in the fight.
30p, Lee.
But the moment that we get the results, in just a few minutes' time, I suspect the whole vibe of politics, the whole nature of the conversation will change because of those numbers. They will point to the statistical advantage that Burnham brings in the fight against reform. They will point to the fact that this man was standing in a seat where every single ward was won by reform just a few weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, when we had those local elections across the whole of this wider region. And because of that, he has shown that he can do something that other politicians in the Labour Party cannot, and as a result, that he should be installed in number 10. And installed, by the way, they don't want to have a fight. At this point, Andy Burnham wants to enter number 10 without there being a formal contest, without being a big
scrap with Toy Story 5.
They hope, their sincere hope,
I want to see that next week.
In the next few days, the Prime Minister essentially gets the message from colleagues that his time is up.
Have 6 eyes. Yeah.
They want to frame it as a choice for Keir Starmer. Does he go with dignity, elegantly, or is he dragged from office, clinging on with his fingertips?
Are you talking about the commentator on Sky News, or are you talking about me, Slipstreamer?
And you can see why Team Burnham would want to present it like that, but there'll be no immediate challenge from the man in the middle of your screen. There will be no formal declaration of entering a contest. He wants Keir Starmer to come to the conclusion. I think the big moment for me is Tuesday, when Keir Starmer has to have round his cabinet table all sorts of people that we know back Andy Burnham and want Andy Burnham to be Prime Minister. Are they all still there by Tuesday, sitting around backing the collective agreement that Keir Starmer should be the United Kingdom's
I hope you're talking about Toy Story 5 and not about Tuesday, what's about to happen here.
The decision point that I think that cabinet ministers have.
3 o'clock, get on with it. Get on with it.
A long way away tonight, but I think
that's
another reason why I think things could move.
Get on with it.
Pretty quickly. But I think there you have the face of Andy Burnham waiting for this result, waiting for a moment that
we're all waiting.
He's been preparing for since 2010.
Just anticipating.
2010 to be the Labour leader.
Okay. Right. You can shut up now.
It is 3 o'clock. You are watching the face of... 3 o'clock, yes. You're watching the face of Andy Burnham.
No, you're not. There's a man's head in front of it.
He is waiting for the Makerfield by-election result to be announced. They are checking the ballots right now.
Checking them twice.
The occasional big smile
to find out who's been naughty and nice.
A gesticulation towards, I presume, a staff member about whether they could take a photo, maybe of his big moment coming up. It has been an extraordinary evening. 3 by-elections across the country, 1 again for the Conservatives in Scotland, in Aberdeen South, the SNP holding another at Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. This is the final one we are waiting for. Makerfield, the focus on this, because this might change the leadership of this country.
Canada won 6-0 tonight against Qatar. 6-0. 6-0.
Under pressure.
Qatar got two red cards.
MPs said it was time for him to go. We'll see what happens in the days ahead. But right in the
I just want to say about the England match yesterday. England-Croatia. There were no red cards. There were no yellow cards. The whole match, there was no yellow cards. It's quite remarkable. It's quite a friendly match, you know. Come on, here we go.
Folan, she's the chief
Some guy with a hat must be in charge. That's why I wear this hat, so everyone in this room knows who is in charge.
Just as you say,
Hughes in charge.
And
that's what I'm going to call my
up on that stage, we'll see
musical.
the 14 candidates. I assume the only
Hughes
person who gets to make a speech will be
with a question mark,
the winner,
obviously.
Andy Burnham. I remember in years gone by,
Starmer kicks his TV screen. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I'm going to kick the TV.
Mercifully, they've stopped that at by-election counts. There's a hubbub of noise from over there. I think it's imminent. We are at the, as you can see, we're at the front of the hall now. A big crowd of people. The tellers, the people who've been counting all the votes, are sitting very patiently waiting for the result to be declared, actually. There are piles of votes. big piles for Mr Burnham, small piles for his opponents.
He's looking for Dino Park to open.
As ever with these by-election counts, there's always a bit of a hold-up at the end.
Boss hog from the Jigsaw Puzzle.
Sometimes it's
we do need press reform. MHK
challenges the result because they're going to lose their deposit. I remember being at one by-election. I think it was the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, it was very,
to
very
save their
drunk.
deposit and demanded a recount, and the returning officer said no, absolutely not, because it got very late. I think there will be quite a few lost deposits tonight, actually, because
what a lovely story.
It really is. It has been a two-horse race between Mr Burnham and his
He's got piles.
Reform UK challenger Rob Kenyon. We are expecting. I mean, the smiles on the faces of
there's one guy on the stage.
And Andy, his close ally, and his now neighbouring
MP. There you go. Count Binface.
Wigan. He's about to be the
Count
MP
Binface
for
and Andy.
Show you that they're very pleased with the result. It's
big
not
shock result as
Count
Count Binface
wins.
wins.
Decent win as well. As ever, just when you think the result's coming, there's a hold-up. It's probably somebody challenging, I don't know, challenging something or other, like a fear of a lost deposit or something like that. But
get on with it.
And of course, there's 14 candidates. At the general election here, there are only 6 candidates.
6-0.
And of course, we've had a pretty high turnout here. I think it's around about 58%, as I recall. Very high for a by-election. I mean, most by-elections, I think we heard Sarah Pochin earlier on this evening say that when she won her by-election in Runcorn and Helsby last year, it was, I think her turnout was 40-something%. I mean, anything over 40 for a by-election is quite respectable. I mean, many by-elections, the turnout's only around about 30%, and in some cases lower than 30%. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the turnout in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry was quite low. But here it's been high. I mean, it's been such a... I mean, this has been the most high-profile by-election I think any of us can recall. And there's never been a by-election before where, within days of the result, a sitting Prime Minister looks like being turfed out or at least challenged, which is what's going to happen here with Mr Burnham, of course. He's been planning for this. Sam was saying that he... been working towards this since 2010. In 2010, he stood for the first time. That was when Gordon Brown stood down, and that was when Ed Miliband, and here I think here's the returning officer, I think.
Let's get ready to ramble.
So the candidates then assembling on the platform, as you can see, awaiting, as John described, a very consequential by-election here in Makerfield. Huge smiles there for Andy Burnham. He has
declaration imminent. Here we go, ladies and gents.
The other candidates, and finds himself in between a fox and Count Binface, would you believe? We'll see, what that says.
Is Andy Burnham about to make his big return to government?
I declare the result.
Here we go.
It's really, really important that I say a massive thank you. Thank you to all of you for your patience this evening.
Why isn't the sound synced up?
Thank you to our elections team. To
Why is
all
the
of
sound?
counting staff,
the sound's out of sync.
Staff from across Wigan Council.
Why is the sound out of sync?
Manchester Police.
That's going to do me head in.
Partners and to all of the staff at the Edge.
Sorry, that's out of sync. It's not out of sync for me.
Fantastic, and you've done an amazing job. So thank you so much.
Oh, my heart's going now. Come on. Too old for this shit. Count Binface there.
Declaration of a result of the poll. Election
Jesus,
of a Member of Parliament for Makerfield constituency on Thursday, the 18th of June. I, Alison Mackenzie Folan, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows.
Binface.
Austin Jake, Liberal Democrats, 163.
Whoa, that is painful.
Harvey Jonathan David, commonly known as Count Binface, the Count Binface Party, 95.
Yay.
Burnham Andrew Murray, commonly known as Andy Burnham, the Labour and Cooperative Party, 24,927.
Yes. 24,927. He's got it. They're not going to beat that. 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 That's a lot. That's a lot.
Daniel David, commonly known as Dan Clark, the Libertarian Party, 18.
18 votes.
John Alfred, Independent, 37. Gemmell Edmund John, commonly known as Ed Gemmell, the Climate Party, 18.
Yes.
Yes.
Gould Paul Richard, Independents, 8. Hope Allen, commonly known as Howling Lord Hope, the official monster raving loony party, 45.
Jesus Christ.
Kenyon Robert, commonly known as Rob Kenyon, Reform UK, 15,696.
15,696. That's it.
Pownell Robert Neal, Independent, 18. Shepherd Rebecca Lee, Restore Britain, 3,111.
Brilliant. So that means that Restore plus Refuck nowhere near Burnham.
The Green Party, 308. Ward Peter Mark, Rejoin EU, Bring in PR, 35. Winstanley Michael William, the Conservative Party candidate, 997.
Christ.
The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 9. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 0. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 39. Taking the total number of ballot papers rejected at 48. The electorate was 77,462. The ballot papers issued were 45,510, and the turnout was 58.75%. And I do hereby declare that Andy Burnham is duly elected. Thank you.
Yay! Woo! Yeah! He's been elected! Woo! Yes! Andy! Woo! Right, next Prime Minister. Sorted. Absolutely smashed it, mate. Absolutely smashed it.
Well, amid applause from the crowds, Andy Burnham shakes the hands of those who stood against him. A resounding victory for him. And now the winner is about to make a speech.
You did not dump a nuclear reactor. For 27 years, you've been legally threatening me. This is not a nonsense.
What?
Go to the site
and
watch the 3-hour video.
What? The 3-hour video? You want me to go to a nuclear reactor and watch a 3-hour video? What's he talking about?
Okay, interesting. It seems someone has stood forward, a political speech being made from the stage there. It has triggered others to do the same by the look of it.
What? You got 35 votes. Go away. Although I do think that we should protect British wildlife. That's fair enough.
Everyone realises that the nation is watching this moment and they have decided to make their views known. But it's really all about Andy Burnham, who's waiting his turn to make a speech.
Bit awkward.
The presiding officer steps in.
Where's Andy gone?
It looks like Andy Burnham has gone. I mean,
fucked off.
Very
He's gone off to become Prime Minister.
Very interesting. He's decided to go.
We did agree with all candidates that there'd just be one speech this evening for the successful candidate. That is what we are trying to do, and that is what we will do. Thank you.
God, Restore only got 3,000 votes after all of that.
On stage, there will be one speech from the winning candidate.
Firstly, can I thank everybody who has worked so hard to make this election run so smoothly and so safely. Thank you very much, everybody. And can I say to my fellow candidates, yes, all of you, can I say to you all, thank you for at least a civil debate between us. If not, everything going on.
He won by 9,000. 9,229 votes.
Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight could, just could,
on carrying a foxhead in your hands.
From here on, I will give everything I have got to make it so, to ensure the name Makerfield is forever synonymous with bringing about the change this country needs. Bringing back something we've lost, hope. Hope for the future. I am proud that this place has shone in the world's spotlight these last 5 weeks. And the warmth, humour and hospitality of its people has been on show for all to see. It will never be a stepping stone to me, but instead will be my
guy next to me. Will you shut up, please?
A Makerfield test at the heart of British politics will ensure the places Westminster has neglected will now get fairness. I spoke in the campaign about the need to change politics. I promised to lead by example from the front as your Member of Parliament. I know people who traditionally vote for the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats, the Greens, and perhaps more recently, in May, for Reform UK, have given me their support in this election. I will always have respect to them for that, and out of respect for them, I will always take a place first rather than a party first approach, and I will focus on problem solving rather than point scoring, and I will work hard after this by-election to heal the divisions of this campaign, and let it be really understood that I will be your MP however you voted. When this borough went to the polls in May, it made a loud cry for change. In this campaign, we have begun to answer that. But I do say to my own party, this is a final chance to change. This is what people said directly to me on the hundreds of doorsteps that I stood on. We must hear it. We must act upon it, and we must get it right. There will be no second chance. But it is a chance now, from this result tonight, to build a new politics based on unity and hope, turning away from the path that takes us to a divided, dark politics of the kind we see in the United States. We must now take this path and put this country back on the right path and bring people back together and get things working properly again. It is with some sadness that this result brings an end to my wonderful 9 years as Mayor of Greater Manchester. This city region has given so much to me, and it is a wrench to leave the job I love. But I am not leaving the service of Greater Manchester. I've always been clear that it can't achieve everything it should be, and we can't close the north-south divide, and we can't make all the great English cities be what they should be without big change at the national level. I always knew one day I would seek to go back to Westminster to complete that unfinished business, so that Makerfield and Greater Manchester and the north of England can fulfil their potential. And I will forever be grateful to the people here, the people of the wonderful places that make up this constituency, the proud places that always have deserved so much more. I will forever be grateful to them that they have given me the chance to go back and make this country work for Makerfield, and the many places like it across the country who have been neglected, who feel that the country works for other people in other places, but not for them. And that changes tonight. This result changes that. This result will bring about a country that works fairly for everywhere and for everybody. People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. Thanks so much.
Wow, I've just totted up all the other candidates put together. Got 20,549. Andy Burnham beat all the candidates put together. All the other candidates put together by nearly 4,500 votes.
The majority that was held by Josh Simons.
All of them put together, over 50% of the vote he got.
He could stand here. And a speech from Andy Burnham in which he said, everyone knows
it sounded
that
very prime ministerial, that
working.
speech, didn't it?
Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight could be the turning point, he suggested. He also talked about going back to Westminster. I always knew I would want to return to Westminster, calling it unfinished business there, and reminding us about the May elections. It was a loud cry for change. He said, everyone knows that change is needed. He leaves the count here in Wigan, Louise Haigh by his side, the former Transport Secretary, who has stood with him on this campaign and what is to come. The days ahead may prove just as difficult. How to unseat a resilient Keir Starmer, a Prime Minister for less than 2 years who firmly believes he should stay in post, believes that the battle to come is undemocratic, believes he has the mandate to win. And there, Lisa Nandy, the MP for Wigan, currently in the cabinet of Keir Starmer.
It wasn't even close, was it?
Tuesday. Lisa Nandy
he
has
beat
Andy
all the other
Burnham's
candidates put together
win
by
in the Makerfield by-election.
4,500 votes.
What do they say
it was a
to
very
him
good speech.
over the weekend that is coming? A very
that was a good speech. I don't think it
days
was clunky.
ahead
It was a good
for Keir
speech.
Starmer, who has said, if there is a contest, I will be in it.
Some of the novelty candidates are actually kind of annoying. Yeah, when they're bloody trying to gag in on someone's speech.
Those around him
cheer up, Andy, you won.
To step aside, but he knows that resilience. He says it's because of his mother, Jo, who was told she would not walk again, and she walked. She was told she would never have children, and she had 4. And he has said, when I'm faced with a problem or a challenge, I think of her, his mother, and I walk towards it, because compared to what she went through, some of the tougher things I have to do just pale into insignificance. Well, it's just got tough for Keir Starmer. Can he hold on? As I said, with less than 2 years on the clock as the Prime Minister of this nation. Andy Burnham leaving the count in Makerfield, having won a resounding victory. Let me in my guests here then. Thangam Debonair, Baroness, has been with me as well. Jamie McIver, who's with Reform. Thangam, first of all, your reaction.
Sorry.
Obviously, I'm really pleased. It's a tribute to Andy, but also to the amazing volunteers who've worked so hard, the activists, the staff, and the MPs. But also, I was quickly adding up during Andy's speech there, and I make it an overall majority in that if you add up all the other votes all together, all of those parties, and he still has a majority. If I get my arithmetic, I got my arithmetic right, that is really quite something. It shows that a message of hope can triumph over division, and in such a short time to have turned around a lot of Reform votes in May to a Labour vote in June.
Jamie.
Oh, well, first of all, I'd obviously congratulate the winner, but more importantly, I'm very proud of our candidate, Robert Kenyon, who just 5 weeks ago was a plumber changing people's boilers and then found himself into this national election.
He's putting his hand down the toilet and grabbing out turds.
He's made for our party here in the
really go very far, did he?
An amazing local candidate. And more broadly speaking, I think there's a very clear message. In order to save this country and really give it some hope, the only contender to the Labour Party and to this awful Labour government at the general election is Reform UK. The next general election, which I think may come sooner than we realise from Burnham's ambitions on that podium. I think it's very clear to me that the next general election to save this country is going to be between Labour and Reform UK.
So he got
50.8%
of the votes.
Sam Coates, there are so many consequences of this. Does it halt the momentum of Reform in its tracks? Does it mean now Labour can have the confidence confidence to take on reform on the doorsteps in which they had begun to move?
Like
and what does it mean now for the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer?
Andy Burnham is the 403rd Labour MP. But most important of all, he is Keir Starmer's nemesis. He said that we were on the precipice of a change for Britain in that speech just now. And if you look at the results, you can see why he is so bullish. He didn't make a direct challenge to Keir Starmer, but you're going to see from these results, they're quite something, and they upend.
Brief message from Jamie.
Away
No,
from
don't
Labour
open it.
in one by-election overnight.
Look at
this could be
that.
the reason why Andy Burnham finds his path to number 10 is easier than some predicted. Look at this.
He beat Reform by
These
about
are the votes.
bloody 9,000
Andy Burnham
votes.
won by 9,231. If you remember, Josh Simons in 2024 won by just over 5,000. Just numerical terms, a big gap over Reform. And yes, if you add together Reform and Restore, even then,
and the Conservatives and the Greens and the others,
the two right-wing parties,
all the other
together.
parties, he got 54.8% of the vote.
Saw all the other parties, the main parties, be squeezed. Conservatives, Green. We didn't even get the Liberal Democrats on here. They're just wrapped
Wasn't
into
the mad
others
turnout?
now.
The turnout in the end was only 52.
Because again, these are the graphs that the Labour Party are going to be looking at tonight. I'm wondering whether to keep Keir Starmer in Downing Street. He did it. Andy Burnham got over 50% of the vote. Josh Simons in 2024 didn't.
54.8. Yeah, you see, my maths. I worked that out before you did.
Take on Reform.
And I was presenting the show.
54.8% of the vote.
That is an absolutely fantastic result.
5% of the vote. Restore.
Brilliant.
So much
Absolutely
chat about
brilliant.
Restore over the last few weeks. That's just a little bit more than their national polling average. There doesn't appear to have been some great Restore Britain surge of the sort that maybe you found yourself reading about on social media. Not true. 6.8% is all they got.
I love this
and
from Graham.
The other parties,
I'm so happy he didn't
really
just beat Reform. He thoroughly twatted them.
Biggest parties here. Let's look at how the votes changed from the 2024 general election. The Labour vote went up. I mean, we just don't see that midterm in by-elections very often, where the governing party puts on votes. They went up almost 10%. Reform went up 2%. Restore UK, well, it didn't really have any, it didn't exist at the time of the last general election, so all 6.8% there. You can see the Tory vote went down quite considerably. Tories clearly deciding one of the two big parties to swing their support.
Stonking majority for Burnham.
Also down. But this is the kind of change, this is the kind of swing, ultimately, that could mean that Labour gets back to being competitive at the next general election, or at least that will be the argument that they make inside the Burnham campaign to Labour MPs, to the other 402 Labour MPs and those that they want to help them unseat Keir Starmer and get...
Let's go,
Andy
disco.
Burnham in number 10. Let's have a little look at this. This is the argument that they'll be making, I understand. If you look at the polls at the moment, Labour is on 19%, Reform are top on 24%. This is the latest YouGov poll, just the one taken this week. Now, look at the percentage shares here. An Andy Burnham win in Makerfield, which, by the way, if you remember, Reform won 6 weeks ago, the local elections. You go from 19%, look at this, to 55%. Team Burnham will be making the case that that is the Andy Burnham effect. And look at this. In the national polls, 24%. Now, yes, Reform went up in Makerfield here. But again, they didn't win. They were a long way behind. And if you add the Restore and the Reform votes, again, there was still no sign of that. And it was a big electorate here. You had a turnout of 58.7%. So a lot of very engaged electorate up in Greater Manchester, in Makerfield. And actually, what's really rare about this is that there were more people turning out to vote today than there were in the general election, and certainly more than in the local elections. So, Anna, an extraordinary moment. I think that the result that we've just seen accelerates and solidifies the chance of Keir Starmer going and going soon. Andy Burnham wins over 50% of the vote. He wins more than the Restore Britain and the Reform UK vote combined.
Stop the votes.
And he now stands ready to take his argument to Westminster in the next few days. Those numbers will have really helped his case.
Sam Coates, absolutely, they will. Thank you very much indeed. Well, let us return with Thangam Debonair. You've watched this with us throughout the evening. It's a massive victory for Andy Burnham. The pressure, the squeeze certainly is on the Prime Minister.
Yeah, I'm hoping Starmer will step down gracefully.
What we need to do now is just take stock. I think you're obviously right, but Keir did also say that he would offer, if Andy won, he'd offer him a big role in Cabinet. Now, that's got to be for Andy to determine, to think about with his team what he wants to do next.
You're kidding me, aren't you?
It's hard work. I think it's our understanding that Andy Burnham already turned that down.
Well,
yes.
we heard that from
What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about right now?
There needs to be various things happen. I hope they get to speak to each other over the weekend. I also hope that they get a rest, because someone needs to get on with governing the country. Keir is governing the country. I want him to be able to concentrate on that. I want his cabinet ministers to concentrate on doing that. I'd like us to get
way beyond what Graham expected, yeah. I thought it was going to be a lot closer than that.
Andy Burnham in his speech there talking about unfinished business.
He beat them by over 9,000 votes.
Was unfinished. We know he stood to be the Labour leader in 2010 and 2015. Clearly, he's always had, his eyes
Starmer keeps
on
saying
the
he'll fight
prize,
it, but I don't think he will.
Is there anything that will stop him, or is it simply Keir Starmer and those who still coalesce around him?
Well, we'll see, won't we? Because, Keir is on the ballot paper automatically if he decides to stand.
You sound relaxed about it.
I'm not relaxed about the fact we're going through all of this torment, when at the moment I'd really like us to concentrate on running the country. I mean, I said 5 weeks ago, whenever it was, I want Keir to stay and to change. Doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon, which I regret. But I do also know that Keir is a good man. I think that on the foreign stage in particular, just this week, he's shown himself
he would be a fool to fight it, Hannah.
Yeah. I want
Dragon Ball Z. It's over 9,000.
Everyone can be used for their talents. Andy's talented, Keir's talented.
Dragon Balls.
My goodness, there are any number of talented women. We saw some of those around Andy. Lou Haig and Lisa. I mean, there are some great people in the front bench of the Labour Party, in the back bench of the Labour Party. I'd really like to see a refresh of what the talented people in the Labour Party can bring to governing this country.
Where did it all go wrong for Keir Starmer?
Keir took us from an absolute shellacking in 2019 to winning in 2024, and nobody thought that was possible. In the middle of that, we had COVID. In his first year, he couldn't go out and speak to a single voter in person. We had a really tough turnaround, and people said it couldn't be done.
Better than a Northerner, Jack. He'll be the first Prime Minister born in Liverpool since Gladstone.
It was always going to be tough.
William E.
We had
Gladstone.
14 years of austerity, 14 years of Tories really damaging our public services. And that raised people's expectations, which I totally get, and I wanted to raise their expectations.
The film was Dragon Balls.
And we need to get on and fulfil them. Whoever is leader, I serve the Labour government.
I don't think he will, Sonic. I don't think Starmer's going to fight this.
That people so desperately need and voted for in 2024.
Well, in the end, it was not close. A resounding victory for Andy Burnham, who has beaten Reform and Restore put together easily, as it turns out, massively increasing the majority.
He's some entry, though, a wall.
Who had given up his seat to allow Andy Burnham to stand. What happens next, we wait to see. But for now, Andy Burnham's message is the country is crying out for change. Here he is.
Firstly, can I thank?
Okay, we've already heard this. Okay, so yeah, good news for a change. The goodies won, the baddies lost badly. And that's it. History has been made tonight. Fantastic. We've got in the chat. We've got somewhere number 10 of revolvers appearing on the desk. Lord Shouty, listen. I really will be surprised if Starmer really fights this. And when the presenter then was saying to Thamon Demier, whatever her name is, saying, but Starmer's, he said that he's going to fight it. He said he's going to fight it. And I'm like, yeah, he said that before the election result came in. Do you know what I mean? Like, what was he supposed to say? Was he supposed to be like, oh, if Andy wins, I'll just step down? Do you know what I mean? It just doesn't work like that, because what if Andy didn't win? And then he's like, oh, I said I was going to step down. Oh, what do I do now? Do you know what I mean? You got to hedge your bets, man. You got to keep your powder dry and all that jazz. You got to stock up on your euphemisms. But like, I understand why Starmer says and does some of the things that he does. I know it can be infuriating because you just want him to give you a straight answer. But no, I'm really buoyed by this. I'm really, really buoyed by this. I think that Starmer would be a fool to fight against this now. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I think that tomorrow, it might be tomorrow, they might decide to leave it for a little bit, but they're going to ask Starmer to set out a timeline for him to step down. And I would guess it would probably be the end of August this year, and then Andy Burnham will take over at the beginning of September. I think it's going to be a coronation. I mean, can you see anyone else in Labour going up against Andy Burnham? Because here's the thing, right? Starmer hasn't been, he's been faltering. He's been wobbling on the tracks for months and months now, right? And he's been really unpopular and dragging the whole of Labour down with his unpopularity. But there hasn't been anyone else who could take him on. Like, Wes Streeton can't take him on. He just couldn't. If Wes Streeton started a leadership debate, a leadership competition, whatever, against Starmer, he would lose. Starmer would win because people would be like, well, it's better the devil, Whereas, look, here's the breaking news, right? Not only did Andy Burnham win this election, he won it by a fucking mile. He won it by 4,000 votes more than all the other candidates put together. Like, you can't argue with that. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that guy should be the next Prime Minister. Depending on the outcome. If he just squeaked it, I would be like, oh, I don't know. If he had lost it, no chance. But he has proven that he can win in deepest, darkest, like, Gammonville. No offense to my woolly back brothers and sisters out there, but this is a place that in the local elections, all of the wards that were up for election last month, just 6 weeks ago, all of them went to refuck, every single one. This is a constituency that in the fraudorendum, in the EU fraudorendum, voted almost 2/3 to leave the European Union. Very, very Brexity, very, very left behind, that is the fertile hunting grounds for refuck, and I think that this is absolutely refucked. I mean, this could be the end of refuck. This moment, not just getting a new Prime Minister, great, whatever, but is refuck going to be able to rebuild after this and come back after this? I don't know. They've had their arse handed to them twice now. They had back in Gorton and Denton by the Greens, now by Andy Burnham in Labour. People don't like him. People will actively vote against Nigel Farage. 50% of the voting population have said that they will vote for any party so long as it beats the Faragists. So you're going to get a lot of tactical voting in the next general election. And there might be a coalition of Labour and the Lib Dems and the Greens. I don't know. But I'll tell you this for now. After this, and especially if he becomes leader, if I was a bookie, giving odds on the dickheads in refuck winning, those odds, they'll be going down. They'll be going down. Do you know what I mean? Thank you very much for the Aintree Iron. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you very much for the Aintree Iron. The scaffold. Do you know what? Right, Mike Gear, right, who's the brother of Paul McCartney, right, Mike McGear. I've got 2 mutual friends with him on Facebook. Apparently, true story. 58.7% of the vote says just Hannah. Jesus, I don't think it was that high. I think it was what did I say? 54.8 he got. I just hope Burnham will stop the war on welfare, stop the war on trans people, the sick and disabled people. This is a rich country with the lowest welfare in Western Europe. Yeah, Flip, couldn't agree more. And if he disappoints us, I'm not going to I'm not going to defend him. I'm going to tell it like it is. one of the big mistakes that Starmer made was allowing his chancellor, or it's the think tanks they're talking to, I don't fucking know, is Secretary of State for Health, to go after minorities, and to think that it was going to be an electoral win. I can't stress this enough, right? If you go after a group like trans people, right, you don't win any votes for doing that, because all the people who would vote for transphobia or homophobia or Islamophobia or anti-Semitism or whatever it is, right, whatever vote you are courting, they're already with me. Fuck, they've gone. Why are you trying to get them? All you do if you go after minorities as a left-wing party is you lose votes. That's it. And we've seen that with Starmer. We've seen the actually disastrous local election results last month and the disastrous local election results last year as well. I mean, it's not like this has been a long time coming. So there you go. Colonel Runway ran away again. Thank you very much to One Angry Pagan there for the super chat. Ever try again. Oh, why did you give me an error? I tried to give it a little heart. Look, little Graham heart there. And then it said ever try again. Ugh. The Greens had about 10 voters in that constituency anyway. Yeah, the Greens got 308 votes. 308 votes from the Greens. That's fucking crazy. Okay. Oh wow. When I ran as an independent in West Derby, Liverpool in 2017, I got 305 votes. So I got 3 votes fewer than the Greens got in this really, really hyped up by-election that everyone was talking about, with the whole might of the Green machine behind them. I got more than all of the other parties. I got way more than the Lib Dems. The Lib Dems only got 163. Big party. But there you go. The Greens had about 10 voters in that constituency. Starmer's toast, very subtly done. Yeah, he is toast. And do you know what? I think as well, like, this really proved that Andy Burnham should be the leader of Labour, and the reason being is that this wasn't an easy constituency to win. If he had just been parachuted into like Liverpool Walton or something, which is like the most Labour seat in the whole country, and he'd won, you'd be like, yeah, whatever, But this is quite impressive. And if you can do that in Makerfield, hopefully you can repeat this across the country. So, good results. Greens and others voted for Andy. Yeah, no, they did. Andy, Aaron. Or Aaron. Or Aaron. Yeah, you're absolutely right. A lot of people lent their votes, Lib Dems. But all of those Lib Dems, the Greens, they're all going to lose their deposit. Will the Conservatives lose their deposit? No, I don't think the Conservatives will lose their deposit. I'm just going to check that on my calculator. Hang on, let's calculate this. So we had 997 votes for the Conservatives. Divide that by 45,474, and we get. Oh no, they have. Oh shit. Have they lost the deposit? Yes, oh my god, they lost the deposit. Yeah, sorry, I was calculating that wrong in my head. But yeah, you got to get 5% of the vote. Yeah, God, they've only got 2% of the vote. The Tories in that one. Shit, 2.1% of the vote. Well, 2.2%. 2.2% of the vote. You got to get 5% of the vote to get your money back. So, oh my god, hang on. Let me just check if the reform, what they've called, not reform, restore. Let's see if Restore got their money back. Hang on. What did they get? They got 3,111. So we'll divide that by 45,474 times by 100. Yeah, they got the deposit back. The bastards. That's Aaron. They lost the deposit in Gorton and Denton too. How much is the deposit? It used to be 500 quid. I don't think it's much more than that. It was 500 quid when I did it, and I lost my deposit. But then, I only did it for a bit of a joke. I should have put a bucket on my head. Yeah, poor old Binface only got 95 votes, but he did beat. He didn't do too bad considering the Lib Dems got 163 votes. He got 95. What percentage did Burnham win at? 54.8%. Burnham won. And he got 9,229 more votes than the refuckers. Which is amazing. And also he got more votes than the all the other parties put together. All of the other candidates put together. That's amazing. That's really, really good. So he won handsomely. He won by over 4,500 votes, which is amazing. Yeah, it's all good. He has to be happy because Labour's win, but it's Andy's going to look like a cat in the headlights. What do you think? Andy Burnham looks like a cat? I think Keir Starmer looks like a cat in the headlights most of the time. I think Andy looks quite relaxed, sort of thing when he talks. Especially compared with Starmer. Starmer looks like he's just been pushed on the stage and given a mic, and he's like, you know what I mean? Looks like he's always suffering stage fright. When I pick him, I really hope Andy keeps Miliband in his position. Yeah, so do I. But we will see. He might have him as his chancellor. We don't know. 9,231 says Russ. I got 9,229, but okay. I'm only 2 out. Good guess. Anyway, that's who I mean about Starmer. Oh yeah. He's going to look even more like a rabbit in headlights when we see him tomorrow. Okay, friends. It's 3:45 in the morning now, so I'm going to get some sleep. I'll be back at 9 o'clock for Morning Brew, where we will dissect the results tonight. So yeah, good result, fantastic result. We've got a packed schedule tomorrow. We've got 9 o'clock. We've got the Morning Brew, and then on at 1 o'clock we have got the agenda with me and Phil Morehouse from a different bias. So please join us for that. And then in the evening, we'll be moving the Sunday night social back to Friday night for a one-off because the election just happened. So please join us for the Friday night social at 9:30 tomorrow night. Until then, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. You're awesome. You're all incredible. Thank you so much. Thanks very much to Graham in the chat, Aaron in the chat. We've got Willow. We've got One Angry Pagan. We've got Sarah Davis, Just Hannah, Saz, Hidden Light, Lord Shouty, all of yous. Well done for staying up this late. Good result. Good result, right? Good result. Come on. It's a good result. It's going in the right direction. And maybe, hopefully, Burnham will stop the rot in Labour and start getting Labour to be nice to minorities again. So there you go. Thanks for doing this tonight. I was enjoying watching results with you, especially winning ones. Yeah, not like when me and Mike Dix did the election for the last American presidential election, and it was just like, I don't know, about this time in the morning, I was just like, and Mike's like, yeah, maybe we should call it a night, and I'm like, oh. So no, that's not the case this time. Good result. Hey, listen, before you go, give us a like and also subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. Hit the bell notification because we're doing loads of stuff tomorrow. Packed schedule tomorrow. Please join us for that. And then on Saturday, I'll be at the march with Femi and Mike Galsworthy and Mike Dix and Phil Morehouse and loads of other people. So I'll be dipping in and out of that. I'll be doing some live shots from the march and everything. So please keep an eye out for that. So if you hit the bell notification icon, you will be informed of that. And until we meet again, I'll say thanks for watching. Hello, good evening, welcome, and fuck yeah, Andy Burnham.